Go now.
I don't know, maybe. No. Eddie. We've been working on time.
That's for person.
Like.
Let me add.
They go back. Sorry. I don't even know. We can't even think. Around, don't they? That's true. That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Calling this meeting to order at 6:38 PM here in the Flying In room. For beginning, we ask students to acknowledge that the lands of the University of California locations were built upon, were expropriated and founded upon exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples' human rights throughout California. UCSB is built on Chumash land, namely that of the non-federally recognized Barbarian tribe. Our association should aim beyond mere acknowledgement and towards concrete efforts alongside those who continue to fight for their right to be respected as the original stewards of this land. Before I get into the roll call, you'll notice that we have a different agenda functioning off of the one from the Bill to Clean Up Legal Code, which we think functions much better. Senator Chaudhry,
Present.
Senator Giusmonian,
Present.
Senator Gutierrez, Senator Harder,
Present.
Senator Hepburn,
Here.
Senator Jung,
Present.
Senator Jones,
Present.
Senator Lucan,
Here.
Senator Lee,
Present.
Senator Menakova,
Present.
Senator Malhis,
Present.
Senator Olawatan, Senator Ono,
Present.
Senator Reese, Senator Shurkin, Senator Sussman,
Present.
Senator Rejon,
Present.
Senator Than,
Present.
Senator Toledo, Senator Wang,
Present.
and Senator Wahidlo. Okay, we move into excused absences. Sussman,
Motion to excuse Senator Reese for the duration of the meeting due to medical reasoning.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Reese for the duration of the meeting due to medical reasoning. Is there a second? Chaudhry,
Second.
there's been a second, no discussion. Lucan,
All question.
motion has been called, just call the question. Usually like consent, seeing none, motion passes. Dan.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, I don't know if my name was called like
Who is this?
for attendance. Yeah, I'm in Zoom.
President Lee.
Okay, motion to excuse Senator Ono from 7:30 to, for the duration of the meeting due to sickness.
You just make that up or was that any excuse?
No, he has a bad
I
migraine.
don't know if you'll just.
Just didn't know.
Let's stop.
Yeah.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Ono at 7:30 PM for the remainder of the meeting due to sickness. You said remainder, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is there a second, Wang?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Chaudhry, question has been called. Is your attention call the question? Consent, seeing none, motion passes. Lucan,
Motion to excuse Senator Chaudhry from 8:30 PM for the duration of the meeting due to an academic conflict.
there's been a motion to excuse Senator Chaudhry 8:30 PM for the duration of the meeting due to an academic conflict. Is there a second? And
Second.
second, round of discussion, Malhis.
Call questions.
Question has been called. Just call the question.
Consent.
Consent, seeing none, motion passes. Harder.
Thanks, MVP. I just wanted to call our attention to BC's attendance. I do believe she was here on time. I think it's just communication issue, but I do believe she was here on time.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I was here on time. I just didn't hear my name being called. Sorry. I was just trying to let that be known.
technically still awake, but I guess, yeah, present early. Were you making a motion? One,
Well, you didn't call me, but I'm gonna make a motion.
yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, motion to excuse Senator Lee from 8:15 till 9:30 PM.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Lee from 8:15 to 9:30 PM. Is there a second? Wayne,
Second.
there's been a second, we're now discussion. Chaudhry, question has been called, the question.
Consent.
Very like that, seeing none, motion passes. And
Motion to excuse Senator Wong from 8:20 to 9:40 PM for academic.
been a motion to excuse Senator Wayne from 8:20 to 9:40 PM for academic reasons. Is there a second? Oh, no. Second. In a second, we're now discussion. Chaudhry, question has been called. Judge call the question.
Consent.
If you're like consent, seeing none, motion passes. I think I don't know how to say this first.
Motion to excuse Senator Shurkin from 9.
For the duration of the meeting. There's been a motion to excuse Senator Shergan from 9 p.m. for the duration of the meeting. Is there a second? Wayne,
Second.
there's been a second round of discussion. Please move in. Call a question. Question's been called. There's a question. Thanks, Sam. Seeing how much passes. I think Senator Sussman is right that we might very well not have quorum with these numbers. Wayne,
Motion to excuse Senator Malhees from 7:45 PM due to academic reasons. Until 9:30 PM.
yes. There's been a motion to excuse Senator Malhees from 7:40 p.m. until 9:30 p.m. due to academic reasons. Is there a second? Chaudhry. A second round of discussion. Wait, what?
Call the question.
Question is called, just call the question.
Consent.
Object like that, seeing none, motion passes. Yeah, but with
In the future, we
how it's looking, good luck. Is that all? Okay, let's move into acceptance of proxies. Anything? Cool. Senator Sussman has, I think, a good idea to move into appointments or resignations first, because if we approve the resignation of Senator Manala, we will have at least one less person and quorum is easier to meet. Is that okay? So, do we have any success to move into section L, appointments or resignations?
Consent.
So, probably very quickly make these motions or? Sussman.
Motion to add to the agenda under the 76th Senate resignation of Senator Ngalwe Manala.
There's been a motion to add to the agenda, the resignation of. Usually 76th,
Under the 76th Senate.
under the 76th Senate, Kwame Manala. Is there a second, Juice Motion? And a second, we're now in discussion. Sam,
Call the question.
question is called, objection on the question?
Consent.
Consent, seeing none, motion passes. So I would recommend voting on this now, just this by itself, and then we'll return to the rest of it later, because it's a long section and there's people presumably waiting to speak. Lucan,
I move to approve the resignation of Kawhi Samala from the 76th Senate.
there's been a motion to approve the resignation of Kwame Manala from the 76th Senate. Is that correct? Is there a second, Chaudhry?
Second.
Second, we're now in discussion. Ricken? Question has been called, general question? You check like consent, seeing none, motion passes. Okay, appreciate that. Do we have any consent to move into section B, public forum? Consent. Consent. Okay, we are in public forum. First, we have Lily Mejia presenting on Eternal Flame. Welcome in. So I have to just briefly read the speaking agreement. So you have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation or senators' intentions is prohibited. It may result in you being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. These include a constant warning if you'll be graphic. You may only come up once, and you may choose not to answer any questions. Do you agree? Do you think 3 minutes suffices, or?
I don't think I'll take that long, but.
Sussman?
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes. Is there a second, Lucan? There's been a second, no discussion, Pam?
Call the question.
Questions called, just call the question? Make sure it's gonna extend. Seeing none, motion passes 5. You have 5 minutes. And are you presenting as well?
Alongside.
Yeah, can we hear your name too?
Matthew Schoen.
STHOEN.
Yes.
Okay, you ready? Okay, whenever you guys.
Good evening, Senators and IVP Lala. My name is Elaine Mejia. I am a 4th-year political science major, the local affairs co-chair for Lobby Corps, and the county liaison for the office of the EVPLA. However, tonight I will be presenting on an independent student.
And hello, my name is Matthew Schoen. I am a 4th-year environmental studies major. I am the co-chair of the Zero Waste Committee and also the commissioner of environmental sustainability within the office of the president. I'm presenting alongside Lily.
So as some of you may remember, I was here last quarter to discuss reinvesting in the Eternal Flame Monument, which sits between the library and Buchanan. So as a quick refresher, the flame was born out of the civil rights movement, which led to the development of the Black Studies Department, and it remains a central component of community activism, with the MOKSB committee holding continual gatherings, and even today when Latina organizing groups use the flame as a central gathering point for a student-wide walkout. The flame, however, actively releases greenhouse gases, which is inconsistent with the system-wide UC carbon neutrality initiative. And additionally, the flame frequently draws criticism at UCSB climate events. So we, alongside Black Studies, Environmental Studies, Political Science, the Black Student Union, SCORE, EAB, and more, believe that the current monument does not adequately represent the community, especially considering that communities of color tend to be on the front lines of the climate crisis. And at a minimum, the flame, being a longstanding pillar of activism, is in need of beautification. The concrete is cracking, the plaques are rusted, and the landscape fabric is ripping and showing through. Recently, I attended a UC Student Association anti-Blackness training where they were stressing that anti-Blackness is not simply evident in interpersonal relationships, it's also in how we choose to allocate our funds. While there are obviously a multitude of issues that need funding across campus, we cannot forget about spaces that promote community gathering and reflection, especially considering that the university consistently puts funding for Black spaces on the back burner, aside by the Black Studies Department, who themselves are facing financial. Therefore, considering that UCSB helped pioneer the LED, we are currently working with student architects and engineers to create a sustainable LED-based design that utilizes the electricity running out of El Centro to the flame. The preliminary design was sent alongside a request for public forum, and additionally, you should all have access to our sign-on document that details background information, our supporters, and statements from MOKSB regarding this initiative. And we also have included our budget, which was reviewed by UCSB Facilities Management. So the reason I am here tonight with Matt is because upon meeting with the Green Initiative Fund Grant Manager, Jewel Prasad, she stressed the importance of acquiring external funding to support the larger TGIF. So essentially, without external funding, our TGIF application is less likely to be approved. We were previously directed by Senate to look into funding through SCORE's MOU, and SCORE has since given us a soft yes for $5K in funding, citing financial uncertainty, which is why we're back here tonight. So we are asking Senate for $10,000, whether it be through the High Impact Project Fund or another source. So if the 10K ask is improbable, then we would also be highly interested in exploring a 5K ask from Senate and also 5K from SCORE, so long as SCORE is able to approve said funds. Thank you for your time. We're more than happy to answer any questions that you all have. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you both. This is exactly what one would want to see. Start looking.
Yeah, thank you guys for bringing this project to us. I think it's really important and I appreciate you guys coming. Have you guys talked to EAB or EJA or any other BCUs who you had mentioned earlier that are interested to look for funding?
Yeah, we have. So we reached out to EAB regarding this initiative, and they basically kind of just told us to look at TGIF again. But once we talked to TGIF, they were just stressing that, you know, we have to get external funding. And like I said, when we reached out, we were disappointed.
What would the new flame or the new light look like, and would it work in the day?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We have some preliminary models that I believe I shared, but essentially we're working on the daytime component right now. We have some student architects who are currently going over like how we could either use like the reflection of light or kind of just something that's more like a shiny object, so that during the day we could have that flame-like aspect, and then at night obviously the light would kind of illuminate out. They
Well, just the daytime, I think also just emphasizing the fact that we're trying to do everything in-house as much as possible. So design is coming from the UCSB students. Design will be reviewed and approved by the UCSB Black Studies Department, UCSB Black activist groups on campus. I think that's just probably one of the most important things that we want to.
considering that the flame is very frequently blown out.
Yeah, that.
Rohilo.
Just thank you again for both of you guys for coming and everyone today. Just similar particular questions that Senator Lucan was mentioning about. Again, if you have any assistance when it comes to just communicating with BCUs, if they are having just unknowledgeable about their own particular budgets or any additional questions, feel free to come to the Lazy Committee. We can figure out any of your issues regarding towards allocation of funding from BCUs. But I guess tying towards that, have you also communicated to other alternative BCUs such as Black Women's Health Collaborative or any alternative ones that also might tie to your statement? If the environmental ones have not been communicating that they are unable to do so, or?
We were just kind of directed to SCORE
Yeah.
primarily by Senate, that's why we kind of
Yeah.
looked at them,
Yeah.
but, and then we know that SCORE has like the funds that, or should have the funds for that, so that was kind of our primary avenue, but yeah.
Yeah.
Carter.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys so much for presenting. You guys came a couple of weeks ago. You're back. You're persistent, which is great. I'm looking at the rollovers right now. We just come and talk to me after this meeting. I will find a VCU that has a rollover that you need. If they deny it, I'll write the HIP proposal. So we can settle this right now.
Thank
I'm gonna find you a VCU or I'm gonna write you a HIP proposal and it's done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's the route to go. I'm sorry, what, could you detail a little bit more what the communication was with EAB? Because I do not see how this could be turned away, or was it at least considered? Because this is a recurring concern. But when
Yeah.
students present something, is it considered by the board and is it voted on? Or you kind of waved away and been like, go find another place?
I can definitely find the email again, but essentially we just stressed that we were looking for some more external funding. And then she said that TGIF was exactly like kind of this avenue that we should be looking into. We had stressed that kind of like we were looking for external funding outside TGIF. And they're kind of directed back. I don't think it was, I mean, not to my understanding, I don't think it was any kind of like brushing off type of way. I think they were just under the assumption that like this would be TGIF.
Okay. I just want to restate that as a student, you have the right to bring a proposal to the board and be like, we would like you to consider this. And Senate can do its part in being like, you should at least, it doesn't mean you have to vote yes on it. Hopefully they do, of course. And senators can advocate on it, but you have the right to bring it to them and make sure it's voted on. Dustin, last question. Yeah.
Oh, it's just extra information. EAB have 48,000 in their MOU, so it definitely can cover.
Okay.
Okay, so can you forget after the meeting, can you connect with them now and make sure this is addressed with, please? All right. Thank you guys for coming. Is that all? Of course. Okay, is there anyone else here for public forum? No? Okay, the next on the list is Senator, not Senator, sorry, Evan Sussman. Partner, if you could, if it'll last, if you could do it outside, it'd be good. Are you familiar with the speaking agreement?
You read them, please.
You have. Say yes, please. Do you agree?
Yes, I'm requesting like 2 extra minutes of time, please.
Wait, what?
Voted to extend the speaker's time.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes. Is there a second, Chaudhry? There's been a second, no discussion. Dan,
Call the question.
questions be called. Judge, call the question.
There.
Any objection like that? Seeing none, motion passes.
Good evening, senators. I'm speaking to you today, not as your first president pro tempore or even as one of your fellow colleagues, but to bring forward my concerns and the perspective as a student about the financial situation of our association. So if you'll join me for a minute, let's strip away the facade of power that we like to uphold. I hope you can listen to this speech, not coming from the guy who's been working on the appointments tracker day and night, but as a college sophomore who works 2 jobs, a son of divorced middle-class parents who are both small business owners, and as someone whose mother literally fought for her life to get me here today. I'm a student who's able to attend higher education because of scholarships, because of financial aid, and without that assistance, I don't know if I'd be speaking here before you today. Most of us are only here for 4 years. In my case, it's 3. For others, like my friend Senator Hepburn, it's 2. Within that time, students can pay up towards $3,000 to associated students. Throughout my time as a representative of students, I've constantly heard the same complaint, that student fees are not making their way back to the students they came from. Right now, our association has around $13 million sitting comfortably in our reserve account, with large portions rolled over and unused every single year. To me, that unused $13 million doesn't show a responsible or representative government. It shows an institution failing to return the investment students are required to make just to attend UC Santa Barbara. Associated Students is our student government. I know, a revolutionary claim to make, But like any institution of power, that body should deliver services, protections, and resources to the very people it represents. I ran for elected office to make this esteemed university I call home better, not for identity politics or for foreign conflicts that have incapacitated this body's functioning in the past, but to help the average student. The student working multiple jobs who comes home at 10 p.m. to do homework. The student struggling to pay rent. The student facing deep family and financial issues they don't have the time to share with others. The first generation student who wants to celebrate their graduation like anyone else, but fears about inviting their mother and father to commencement lawn due to their citizenship status. The student living in a house with 16 other people on Delphi without even a desk to study at, like we learned from our own library study. And students living in cars or those without homes, for which there are far too many. Those are the students we are supposed to serve. Yet here we are considering asking them for even more money by increasing the base fee, a discussion that continues to be had without first delivering on the promises already embedded in our Constitution, which state all students shall have the right to easily accessible services on campus, and all students shall have the right to responsible allocation of student fees. Right now, we have not met those responsibilities. Students are now calling for this mantling of this very association and gaining traction. And honestly, I see where they're coming from. If we continue allocating association fees to groups that should plainly be registered campus organizations, we will continue wasting student money, student time, and student effort. Yet because we have not properly informed students about how their fees work, or our student body continues to vote yes when they see precisely chosen charge words which resonate. Why would a young, naive college student not want to vote to save an inactive commission which has not provided student services, but in its title, it appears that it does? AS fails to inform while asking for more and continues to underperform. So I ask the Senate and the staff here today, instead of putting more fees on the backs of students, on top of rising tuition, on top of rising rent, on top of everything my generation faces, let's first consider reorganization. Let's consider reform, and let's consider what it truly means for us to be a governmental institution, which is to serve the student body. The solution posed to us as of now, raising fees or else, is not the only alarmist remedy which it is made out to be. We absolutely have the ability to reallocate funds to those entities which truly need it for their functions without asking students to pay a dime more, because we all know they have paid plenty. To put it plainly, this association has chosen over the years not to live up to its full potential. And we can choose to find a way out of that path. For if we don't question how this institution works and who it's working for, then we have failed. I genuinely ask of you and your successors for years on out, not to increase the associated students' base fee or others which can be supported by the millions we have accumulated. Be responsible to the very students you are elected to represent and work for. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Okay. Question answered. We have 3 minutes. Sergio?
I have a clearer question. So what would be the next move or action that you are going to do based on the idea?
Yeah. I think the first thing is this deliberative body should not consider raising student fees, at least the associated students' base fee. That's the first and foremost. The second is reallocating of the funds that we currently hold and a deep look at our association functions and where its return is going to, whether it's internally or if it's genuinely impacting the student body, the students that are struggling that can't afford rent, the students that can't eat because they don't have groceries, and how this association truly functions, and if it's been functioning in a way that is meaningful and serviceable to the student body as a whole. It's a large piece of work to do, and it takes a lot of hard thinking and genuine questions of morality and what it means to be a politician. But I really think we have to do a deep look into how we are structured, how our BCUs are working, and how the Senate has allocated funds as well.
I'm honored to be in this conversation with you all, and with Senator Sussman as well, so thank you for that. I think moments like this are very much needed. I just wanted to ask, since we are in a moment of federal cuts and federal, just in a really weird moment with on-campus spending and on-campus needs. How would you argue for this reallocation in a moment when we look at the news and see that basic needs programs are being are in danger?
That's precisely the question I ask myself, and I think right now our association is not providing basic needs. We're providing students a way to socialize. We're providing students a way to get paid $300 a quarter to hang out with their friends. And I'm not targeting any association member or entity. That's the reality. If you look at the meeting minutes, some of these association entities have not provided services that they claim to provide. And I think what we need to do is reallocate that money, whether it's $40,000, $90,000, or $100,000 plus from these non-lock-in organizations to real student needs, to textbook grants, to rental support, to blue books, to energy drinks, the small minute things that add up on the day-to-day basis for the student body who seemingly can't afford the most basic things because our generation has been put into a very awful situation in which we can't afford the most basic necessities, and we're wondering, how do we afford a house and how do we afford a life for our future children? So I think that's precisely the question, and the question is we haven't been providing those basic needs.
I'm afraid that's time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Anyone else here for public forum? Cool. We move into external reports. Are there any chancellor's representatives present? UCPD representatives? GSA representatives? East End Governance Board representatives? IBC SD representatives? Spencer, thank you for coming in.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Internal Vice President. Hello, everyone. Spencer Brandt. I serve on the board of directors of the Isla Vista Community Services District. I really want to thank you for allowing me to speak and give the report today. I have a couple slides that I think will be pulled up just momentarily.
Yeah, Holly, if we can get that up there, that'd be great.
And while I wait for the slide, I just want to say first is that thank you to both the Senate and many UCSB students that have been very engaged in local affairs recently. There have been, I would say, growing attendance both at our board of directors meetings and also the county board of supervisors meeting when the festival ordinance was heard in January. There were many UCSB students, including associate students leaders, that spoke and made really passionate testimony. So I just want to thank you for that engagement because I've identified, that as from all the time going back to when I was a student to now serving an elected office that it can be challenging to get people engaged in what's going on in their community. So thank you for being that change. I'm here today to present to you a funding request for the Isla Vista Municipal Incorporation or Cityhood study. And you can go to the next slide. So the Isla Vista fiscal and cityhood fiscal analysis is a proposal that we have worked with a government finance consulting firm called Berkson and Associates to create. The funding request that we're asking of your body is $225,225. I want to say at the outset, because that number looks big, we do not make this request lightly. I want to talk to you about what the specific benefit that I believe that being able to study the cityhood issue for the benefit of students living both in Isla Vista and on campus would be. This is 50% of the project's costs, and IVCSD is committed to funding the match as well as raising any money from any overages in the budget. The timeline for this will be relatively quick. We are hoping to get started in February. This timeline is contingent upon securing funding, of course, but the goal is to move this along quickly. The next slide. So the goal of the study is to be the first step in the incorporation process, because first we have to do the math and figure out, can Isla Vista afford to be a city? So we're gonna do revenue projections that's amalgamating estimates of all of the taxes that are paid. That includes property taxes. That includes Measure R, which students passed in 2018 to form IVCSD, to utility tax. It would also include sales taxes and cannabis taxes. The cost estimates would also be determined for services. So that's actually getting an idea of how much is being spent in Isla Vista, particularly by the county of Santa Barbara. There'd be a budget forecast. There would be a sort of a picking and choosing or different scenarios for how robust the city would be. Some cities really go all out and, bring law enforcement like underneath the umbrella of the city and do an in-house law enforcement department office. Others, like the city of Goleta, when they formed in 2001, opted to contract with the sheriff. So that really affects the financing of things, and that's one of the things that would be studied. And then one of the things that's really important, and this is a part of California state law, is that cities need to have no net financial impact to the county. So for example, when the city of Goleta formed, because they cut Isla Vista out of their boundaries, but they were looking at basically costing the county money. They took all of the high property tax areas away from the county, and they left the lower property tax areas with high cost of service to the county. Because of that, they pay what's called a revenue neutrality fee. So doing the revenue, I know it's hard to see on screen, but doing the revenue neutrality calculations would be a part of the study. And the next slide, please. Bergson and Associates, I won't go too deep into this, but they are a very qualified government consulting firm that actually did the studies for a number of cities, both including Goleta, Mountain House. I've been in touch with the folks that were a part of the effort to form Mountain House because they were the most recent city to form in California. There have not been a lot of new cities formed in California recently because the financing has been so difficult. But Mountain House is really a trailblazer at being able to do that so recently. They were the first in, I believe, 15 years. And then they also did the Isla Vista governance option study in 2015, where a city model was evaluated, but kind of in a cursory way. We knew just based on kind of like more rough estimates that it probably wouldn't be financially supported. And it was that study that was a big part of why students and long-term residents came together to say we need to form a community services district. Next slide, please. So the process, we're really at the beginning of a process. We don't necessarily know that we would continue the process. We need to see the results of the study. To answer the question, can we afford it? After that, there would be an application, if it was feasible, potentially, either IVCSD or Citizens Initiative could submit an application to LAFCO, which is a local commission that's in charge. They're kind of like the referee for new agencies being formed and agencies being consolidated. They would do their own financial analysis that's even more detailed than what this study would be. And then based on the results of that, they would have a public hearing, they would vote, there'd be opportunity for public comment from residents. And if it was voted on, then it would go to a vote of the Isla Vista residents. And then if that was approved, then there'd be a transition period where the city would literally be built from scratch. Next slide, please. We thought it was really important in this proposal to include students in the research process. So our goal with this is to hire a number of intern positions that will work with Bergson and Associates that will do a lot of the research and data analysis, everything from mapping and GIS to looking at the models of other cities that have comparable budgets. Because no matter what the results of this study show, we want this to be something that is a learning experience for the student researchers that are involved in the process. They would be working with some extremely qualified professionals in the field when it comes to government financing, and it would be something that for those that are chosen, that would definitely be really helpful, I think, for their career development from that perspective. Next slide, please. I think that actually, oh no, there's one more slide. This is the breakdown of the budget just for your information. Wanted to leave that there. Next slide. And I'm happy to take questions. Before I do, I'll just say one more thing, which is that, people ask me all the time, what do you think about should Isla Vista become a study? That's a question I get asked by students all the time. There's clearly a desire, and I think that some of the way that the community has been approached by the County of Santa Barbara recently shows why people are asking this question. People are wondering, why isn't our voice being reflected in the process and the policy outcomes? And people are absolutely right to be asking that question. the county as an organization, as I say, this is someone that formerly worked for the county, is really focused on a lot of big picture issues, things related to homelessness, behavioral health, social services, municipal services, and doing things that are customized to communities is not what they do well. And that's okay, because that's just not how they're structured. I think that there would be a lot of benefit for folks that want sort of a governance structure that's much more customizable and much more representative. Right now, we do have one representative in county government that also represents about 70,000 other people that don't live in Isla Vista or UCSB. Things would be a little bit different if there was sort of a city council mayor model of representation where there would be, anywhere from 5 to 7 people that live in the Isla Vista community that the community only themselves would be electing on their behalf to make public policy decisions. And so with that, I really appreciate your time and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Spencer, for coming in with splendid news as always. Just a quick question. So once this research process is completed, what's the timeline for, cityhood to actually be done? And what does that process look like, not only in like the California, legislature, but also locally? And what hurdles you have to overcome?
A lot of it depends on the LAFCO process, the Local Agency Formation Commission. So if there was a petition submitted either by the IVCSD or by an outside community group to LAFCO saying, hey, we think that the numbers are in our favor and we do think this would be good for the community, we want you to analyze it even further. That process is one that is highly dependent on the staff capacity at LAFCO. It's highly dependent on how much cooperation they receive from all kinds of different entities, including us, including other special districts like Ivy Recommend Park District, obviously the County of Santa Barbara, potentially UCSB as well. And so I know this is not a satisfying answer, but it is kind of hard to say because there haven't really been very many examples in the entire state of California of new cities forming recently, with the exception of Mountain House. And I know for them, I was first talking to the people that were involved in that effort in 2019. They formed it in 2024, and now they're operational. So it does take time. Thank you.
Wheeler.
Yes, and thank you, Spencer, for coming. I know it's been a while, so really great to see you and just have the opportunity to talk to everybody as a Senate whole. Just regarding towards your first stage you mentioned about on just getting the student research particular integration towards that, getting that collective. I think you mentioned about the student community and the community grassroots getting involved in this particular, showing the engagement towards that. I think just for more information regarding towards that, what are some of the steps that the particular department that are you guys doing to get this collective community grassroots and that research intake, and what are the outreaching models and particular platforms you are using to get this holistic model? And there's any barriers you're facing that comes with that, like maybe if there's any communities that might be really interested to work with you, such as undocumented students or marginalized communities that might also like to work on this, but they might not feel as comfortable with some particular models. Have you had any ways, just multiple steps that get the holistic, community engagement for this initiative?
Yeah, it's a good question. Community engagement is super necessary for any effort like this, which ultimately will either succeed or fail if it gets to that point based on the vote of the people, right? And so that is not something that is being disregarded. The place that we're at in the process is the very beginning of the process, where we need to understand if there even is financial feasibility for something like this to move forward. Once we have that question answered, I think a lot of things will flow from that answer. And that will be really a major opportunity to hear from student leaders like yourselves about what are the ways that we should be reaching these hard to reach communities that may not feel comfortable coming and making a public comment like I'm doing today. We need to really meet people where they're at. The way I found is most successful in a lot of ways is just knocking on doors and talking to people, which can be intimidating too, but I think, there would be a lot of strategies employed.
Trigger.
Thank you so much for coming, Spencer. More of like a niche question, but I'm wondering if we get more into this process, would we get any pushback from Supervisor Capps, just because technically she would be losing some of her constituency, and is that something to prepare for if this gets farther?
Great question. So the way that the county supervisor position works is that they also represent people that are inside cities too. So, she represents a large number of people that are in the city of Santa Barbara and the city of Goleta as well. I have reason to be hopeful about her future support for an effort if it was financially feasible. Recently, she was on a podcast where she was asked about it, and she said that she's open to learning more and she's open to the idea. And I think that that's significant. And I think another player that will be really important is the UC. When IBCSD was formed, we had the support of the UC, and that was the first time that any effort to create local government for Isla Vista ever had the support of UCSB. And it was because they saw the need for more services and more representation, and because they were included in the process from the beginning. I think that's something that will be really important. I think if I'm the UC, I don't have any interest with the way that things are going right now, where I'm in multiple lawsuits with Goleta and the county. Maybe there's a better way to have a more collaborative relationship with a local populace that's empowered.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions that I asked back to back. Thank you. Hi, Spencer. It's great to see you.
Good to see you too.
The way that I'm going to approach these questions will be made, it's going to be clear after, like my thought process, but I'm just going to have to hit them with you one at a time really quick. So first of all, I need to know how this benefits like tenants, for example. Will this help with rent? This sort of like a city essentially. Will this help with the rent prices? Will it give the city any power to alleviate some of the concerns that tenants have?
Great question. People ask me all the time why we can't do rent control or price control in Isla Vista.
Yes.
And the answer that I give them is that any ordinance would need to be adopted by the full Board of Supervisors, which is very politically diverse, and it would have to apply to all the unincorporated areas in the county. There's no way to make a cookie cutter ordinance for Isla Vista that solved that problem just for Isla Vista under our current governance structure. It would be the people that are elected by Isla Vista residents that would make a decision on something like an eviction moratorium, on something like rent control.
You already have.
Yeah, that's right. 2 more questions very quickly. How exactly did the city of Goleta affect their rent control? Was that passed by the Board of Supervisors? Because I believe the city of Goleta, right, did something very similar to a rent control cap at the very minimum.
The city of Goleta has a number of eviction protections that are similar to what has been put in place in the county after the sweeps eviction that many of you will be familiar with. You may be thinking of their mobile home park rent control ordinance, which we don't have any mobile home parks in Isla Vista. They do have that in the city of Goleta, which is something that is unique there. If they were to adopt a rent control ordinance, it would be the same thing, where it would be proposed at their city council and voted on by their city council, who are elected by the people that live there, not by people in, North Santa Barbara County. Right now, if there was a proposal for rent control at the county level, it would be voted on by people that live in Santa Maria, that live in Orchid, as well as the people who live in Santa Barbara.
Okay.
No one lives in Isla Vista though.
Okay, I understand. I don't have any more questions, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Hi, Spencer. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. So I have some questions about what if things go wrong, right? So let's say it's not financially feasible. Then are there other steps that like the CSD can take that are obviously not as big as establishing a city, but like the steps in the right direction, like beyond that? And also, I guess I'm sure people ask you all the time, like, do you think that this is, do you think the odds are in our favor that this is like financially feasible? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, let me start with the second part before I go to the first part. When we did the study in 2015 that showed it wasn't financially feasible, there were a couple of things that have changed since then. The first is that a number of properties that are quite large in our community that had not turned over in terms of being sold to other owners in a really long time have been sold. And that triggers a property tax reassessment. And so we think that if we were to see the tax roll, there would be that increase. The other thing that's different is voters decided to tax themselves on their utilities in supporting Measure R to create us. That's a tax that would be in place. And then the third is that we have the cannabis dispensary. And there is a cannabis tax that the county has in place that is making some amount of money. The things that disadvantage us is that we have a very small commercial area, so we don't generate as much sales tax. We have 0 hotels. And so we can't do a hotel tax. I do think that some of those things about like, what amenities we have and we don't have though are kind of a function of, if there was a city, maybe they could promote that type of economic development, say we want to recruit a hotel or a hostel or something like that. That fits our community really well. And then we would want to, to have a tax and exchange to help, provide the services. Anyway, that's a long-winded way of saying there are a couple of things that are different. And then your first question about are there negatives? I mean, the negative is an opportunity cost, that we put forward this study, and fund this study, do this work, and then we find out it's not financially feasible. But I do think that gives us really important information too, because to me, what that says is it's going to help how we as a community politically approach working with the county and the university. And we will have a better idea of is there hope for something better in terms of the governance structure, or do we have to live with what we have for a while? The other thing that I'll say that it could also inform us of is maybe the community says, hey, we're like almost there. We almost have the numbers balanced, but not quite. And we would want to assess a tax on ourselves to make it work.
I do thank you so much for coming in. This is super important. I know that you've been working on this for a while. A lot of members of the association now are involved in this effort. And so you're asking the Senate or the association more broadly for $25,225. And the idea is that we'd pay half and IBCSD would pay the other half. Have you considered, or are you going to reach out to any other entities like Ivy Rex and Park, or any other entities more broadly, philanthropists, for example, for funding? And is there an anticipation that funding from those other sources can be generated for this?
Yeah, good question. It is something that we are going to explore. When we did the study in 2015, we had a grant from the Fund for Santa Barbara, which is a local philanthropic organization. And so I'm sure that's something that we would continue to explore. When it comes to Ivy Rec and Park District, I think that is also something worth exploring. And I think we at IBCSD have had a lot of great engagement from yourself and other students. I don't know if folks are always as plugged into IVRPD. So I think that might be something that I would say, let's work together on a strategy to get them, because I think they're very focused on parks, right? And we have the luxury at IBCSD to be focused on more of the broader things too, right? But I do think that is something that we would want to explore some sort of co-sponsorship there.
Thank you.
I think that's the last one. Shirley?
Hi, Spencer, thank you for coming. This was super informative. I was wondering, after phase or process one, step one, between like steps 2 to 4, would there be like any additional funding that like IBCSD would need, or like you would be looking for? I'm not sure if LAFCO would need money, or before Ivy residents vote, if that would need any funding at all. So I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would actually have to get back to you, and I will get back to you on that, specifically because I want to make sure I give you accurate information about whether we would have to pay the bill for the LAFCO analysis, or whether that's something that LAFCO would pay for themselves. I mentioned in my answer to Senator Sussman about how a lot of this is dependent on what their capacity is. And so I could see a world where if an effort got to a place and the issue was capacity, that we would want to try to help them with funding for staff time to make that go faster, because I think people would want it to happen fast if it got to that point. But that said, I think that those requests would definitely not happen during this Senate year or this calendar year.
Thank you.
Okay, so thanks so much. We look forward to seeing this.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we move into HCSB reports. Do we have any administrative committee reports? Boards and commissions reports? Unit reports? President's cabinet reports? Executive director's reports? Okay, Sean, now the speaking agreement is relevant to all under ACSB reports. I have to read it. Pursuant to Senate Standing Rules, Section F Clause 5, officers of the association providing reports must take questions as relevant to the materials or projects presented. Knowing that, do you still wish to give a report?
Yes.
Amazing. You have 10 minutes.
All right. Most important update is there's a form, I believe, David Junior Sim sent out, it might have been sent, so apologies if I mixed that up, about a MyCroy intake form. So if you haven't filled it out, please do so as soon as you can. That's a way to get you into the system so that you can look at the accounts that are relevant that you have access to. And if you don't get in there, we're gonna stop doing paper requisitions, hopefully this month. And so we'd like to get away from the old system, go to the new, and there's huge benefits to going to the new system. So you'll be able to log in, see the balance of your account, see where everything is in the process, like, oh, this requisition hasn't been signed off on yet, this requisition is ready for a check to be cashed, like all that kind of stuff. So highly recommend everyone encourage the groups you're in also to fill out that form, the Qualtrics form. It's like, I got like 10 questions, it's pretty straightforward. So related to finances, we're also exploring methods by which RTOs can fundraise in a responsible manner, and that's a complicated issue, so we're still investigating it. Elections wise, I have a couple updates from, I think Caleb sent it to me and to Evan, to the updates to the bill that's tonight, so if you need that information, I have it too. Yeah. Just a little fun reminder, the marketplace, our Storky Mapache combo sold really well over the holidays. Really like that combo because they give people like a discount. You buy both, you get a little discount. And we sell it for basically like just above cost. So it's like pretty inexpensive for what it is, the little Mapache plushies. We're always looking for more products, and I know the liaison committee is exploring that too, but I like to say it even more often. We think groups should be able to sell stuff through the marketplace, and think that'd be a great way to augment, by bringing in some revenue. There's so many opportunities that would leave on the table at this point. Anyway, and also one last reminder, we have a Storky mascot. There is now an online form if you would like to have Storky put in an appearance at your event. So fill out that form. Yeah, because it's co-owned by Public Affairs, but we paid for one. So yeah, if you want Storky at your event, we can make that happen. That's what I got.
How's the bot going? Is the bot going?
Still following up on that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Osman.
We have Storky come to a Senate meeting.
Oh, that's fun.
You can see.
Do you have a request? Like, did you want Storky just to come in and like do a meet and greet, or would you just
Dance would be good.
little dance?
Little dance.
Okay.
It's like form statement.
Yeah. Storky doesn't speak, so it has to.
Go.
Interpretive
Okay.
dance.
All right, I'll make that happen.
Thank you.
Is Storky allowed to like stand in the hallway and just guide people into the Senate meeting to be aware of AS? It's like,
I wouldn't want them standing there for like 4 hours to do that, but I think for a short period of time.
Yeah.
that can happen.
Pepper.
Is there any update on bulk emailing or is that totally gone?
No, it's not totally gone. So thank you for the reminder. Something else. I have my notes here. Okay, so the bulk email, we are on the cusp of getting access to our own My Emma account, which is what Student Affairs has and a couple other departments have, and then we'll be able to send out bulk emails ourselves. So we won't be able to have to use a campus system at all. We'll be able to like have a form, you fill it out, review the email, say it's good to go, and we'll send it out. There'll just be like rules and guidelines about how many you can send out, because the system will be like, you'll be able to unsubscribe from it. So if we send out too many, then a bunch of people will unsubscribe from it. So we have to be, send out the right amount. So groups will have like some kind of limit per quarter or a month or something like that. And we're still determining what that would be. But yeah, so we're actively working on that. We're just waiting to hear back about the admin accounts being created in the system. So I'm hoping we'll have something by Monday, is my hope. Don't hold me to that, but like that's my hope.
Thank you for your report. Kind of moving away from anything you really said. I wanted to go back into the staff reorg chart, if it's finalized, and also if you guys have finished hiring and or don't no longer have the funds to hire any more additional staff. Because we had correspondence about Marissa being on leave and the fact that you have to reach out, you're being a staff advisor in the interim is feels like a lot of a job responsibility that you really shouldn't have, or you're kind of too overworked for that. So I was wondering if you guys are hiring any more staff advisors, because last time I believe I talked to a staff and they said there was only the job listing for the executive director. So just.
Right, so it's complicated. Yeah, we have a lack of advisors, yes. We need more advisors. And there's a couple in the area of student government that are being looked at, there's 2 positions that are the job descriptions are being created, but at the same time, it is about budget as well, right? So it's we need staff support to support everyone and all the stuff that people do, because we do way more than when the base fee was last year. We got 2006. So we do a lot more, so we need staff to support that so that we can do budgets, right? All these groups had an advisor and their advisor is not in right now, so I have to step in. But we also can't spend money we don't have. So we're working on being creative about it at the moment, because there are so many groups and only so many people that have experience in advising, because some folks just don't advise anybody, and it's not what they signed up to do, and it's not in the job description.
Yes. One last follow-up question, regarding that and thinking about the budget, because there are so many groups, does AS see it as an issue that maybe instead of trying to stretch the budget to allocate everything to these groups, we should start thinking about a focus of associate students, that we should be maybe minimizing the amount of groups that we have? Or, what's your professional opinion on that?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that any group is better than another group. I think looking at the allocation of money over time is important. I think sitting down with all those numbers would be a good exercise to look at everything. That's what the budget process is supposed to be also, and also all the different hearings where people come in. And we have our presentation about how much we need forecast-wise for staff salaries. And over the past couple of years, we had to do an additional, 10.5% recharge for the past year to pay for the extra money we had with staff, because we had a bunch of vacancies last year. Right? We've hired 12 people in the past year, right? Because we needed those people. But because we didn't have them last year, we had extra money. But that extra money all got diverted to other groups that don't have lock-ins. And so there had to be some creative math to happen for that. So I don't want to say that's the only solution. I think we need to talk about it and have a conversation maybe before the budget hearings happen, but as part of that too, is everything increases. You all know, everything increases in prices, nothing ever goes down. And healthcare costs go up every single year. So you see deductions, people's salaries are a certain amount, right? And then every year that goes down because your healthcare costs go up by 10, 15, 20%. And then every other year you might get a 3% merit increase. And so that comes out of the unallocated, and that's what we ask for in the staff salaries, is that number. And it just keeps increasing, even if we didn't hire anybody, right? If we didn't hire anybody new, that's always going to increase. And that's always an issue when it comes to ask for funds. It's why is that number so high? I'm sorry, it's just that's inflation and healthcare costs, like that.
Well. Okay, thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Do you have any advisors reports? Executive officers reports? Thank God. Executive office members reports? Administrative reports? Sit down. Did you hear the agreement? Do you agree? 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. About the Storky talk, I'm just posing a question. Have you ever seen me and the Storky in the same room? So there's that. A few things about today's agenda. Legislative Reform Act, just to remind y'all, I know it's in the clauses, 2/3 majority vote. You should update the classification of it to be UT at the top right, if you want to. Not a big deal. Slightly incorrect. For a constitutional amendment, I know it slides under the rug and under the table for a lot of the other legislation that you guys are writing. But for a constitutional amendment, consider, just keeping it up to date. So that same act has the presiding officer versus the president of the Senate stuff. And in previous meetings, we have had discrepancies, and I myself will have to look further into it, but former Attorney General Iden was under the impression and held a conversation with current IVP Lala about what this change means for attendance policies in Senate and chairing the Senate. And so how IVP Lala explained it was, quote, what was voted on was that the IVP does not have to be present at all meetings. So this is a constitutional amendment that is, if passed, up for interpretation whether or not that is true. So just food for thought. I will myself be looking into that, whether if there's if the semantics of it is correct or if it's not correct whatsoever, be prepared for that. Also, there's a lot of constitutional changes in that need to be reflected in the bylaws. For example, I believe impartial, nonpartisan representative needs to be reflected later on in legal code. There's constitutional references to just whatever you're changing in that constitutional amendment won't be reflected in the bylaws, and it'll be confusing when you're referencing. So consider a bill to supplement that or include it in such. It would probably have to be separate. Moving on, a bill to update the Environmental Justice Association Legal Code, EJA. So I sent an email earlier out this week regarding VCU communications, and this was spawned from the EJA bill that is on for today. When you guys are communicating with VCUs and making legal code changes on their behalf, you need to be able to produce a paper trail. In legal code, it says that you can have it be an oral conversation. Obviously, what is preferred is that there is a paper trail and there's a thread that you can refer back to that is giving them updates about what the legal code has changed or what the legislation has changed to and whatnot. And this is falling under VCU autonomy. So just be careful about that and just try to be as procedurally sound as possible. In the future, if you're proposing legislation on VCU updates, consider just attaching a PDF of the email thread. This is what was discussed. Here it is. Because I know when I was sitting in your guys' seat, I would just have to ask, I would have to confirm for the record that this was discussed with chair and such and appropriate authority. There's that. I'm hoping that somebody brings a motion, which I think is written out for you guys later, to retroactively approve my caseworkers and solicitor general. It's just kind of a covering my bases because technically those positions are concurrent with the attorney general appointment. And so since Taylor's appointment or position was vacated, it could technically be up in the air that they're not. But there's that. I proposed that a piece of legislation be on for tonight. It didn't make it on, so I'm just wondering what happened with that. But it is not a big deal. I prefer that it would not be on for today and instead next week. But what that was going to be for you all was email vote legislation. And that is pretty exciting. I have been developing a website to standardize email votes. And so what that will do is basically I can email it. I'll email it to you next week because it's still work in progress, but it's going to just make it super easy for email votes to happen. In the meantime, if there happens to be an email vote for whatever reason, make sure it's happening over email. You're not calling a meeting to order over email. You're not accepting the agenda over email. You're simply voting on one or two measures that are urgent and in accordance with the standing policies. Yeah, I think Senator Sussman or Student Sussman did a good job of covering the safe student services stuff. I had a little bit of a spiel, but he covered the bases on that. I don't know where the petition is at. I'll follow up with it passed yet. So yeah, that's something to keep in mind. And then finally, I don't want to take up too much of your guys' time. I have been in communication with maybe like one or two senators about bringing former Attorney General Iden was adamant about continuing the conversation about delegated authority, and I have reached out to a few senators who I think would be appropriate for a committee or a group that tries to tackle it. And so I'm wondering if anyone is super interested in that. To be honest, it's a very complicated conversation, and what that would be doing is basically information gathering. We would have to get everyone up to speed before a conversation with the chancellor. But getting everyone up to speed would be quite the task because it's complicated, to say the least. So if you're interested, text me or email me, and yeah, go Gauchos. I don't have anything else. I'll be taking questions.
Thank you, AJ, on all that. Just really quickly, the constitutional amendment that will change the Senate side and also include some changes on the presiding officer says the finally enacted clause is that if approved through all the various steps, it will be implemented in the 2027 spring general election, the 78th ASU/CSB Senate being the inaugural term. So IVP law that won't be impacted in any way. I will be far away, God willing. It'll be IV fill in the blank, just to make clear, it wouldn't even be the next year, it's the year after, because it's on the same ballot as the election itself. Any questions for the AG?
Hold on, if the association is blessed enough to have another IVP Lala, and he so happens to look into the minutes and finds the minute conversation of that stipulation, it might be something worth him or her them to build upon. So the framework or the groundwork has already been on record, and so there you go.
I don't know if I'd recommend this spot to another wallet, but I appreciate the thought. Sir John?
Thank you, Chair. So I have a quick question in terms of a paper trail with any legislation affecting BCU. What if that BCU do not have a board? Do we still have to have a paper trail with them?
So the BCU autonomy thing is if they're requesting it on their behalf and they have to have somebody bring it forth, then you would be doing it in a good faith on their request and considering it. Obviously, you don't have to do anything that you don't want to, but that I believe that is that's actually a good question. I will look into that, but my gut says that doesn't apply here. Okay, yeah.
Was the paper trail sufficient for?
Yes, appreciate it.
Well, regarding, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, AG, for coming in. Regarding the student services thing, as a Senate or maybe even as a student, what action should we be doing to inform the student body about these certain fees, especially concerning the one that you brought up last week about COVO, which is inactive within AS and is being added to increase for no reason or for a reason incomprehensible to me personally. So what should we do as an associate students, or what can we do, or and perhaps what as a student are like feasible actions that won't get us in hot water?
You have your rights to exist outside of your position and exercise whatever rights you may need to as a student. I would say the best thing to do is inform people, because clearly people are misinformed, and whether or not you want to do that in a way that sways them yes or no, each of the ballot measures are individual. And so if you want to single out COVO and say, hey, this BCU hasn't had a board for 2-3 years, why are we voting on it? Why are we increasing it? You can do it by singling out. You can, it's just probably gonna have to be you or some people in the arbor. And outliers saying vote no, just kind of a grassroots exercising of your rights. Yeah.
Just a quick exciting thought. Our lovely daily Lexus people, is it possible that we put like our agents or like what Senate Straussman just did, like in the report, just to let students know about student fee and everything?
I'm not daily Nexus, so
I know,
I don't know if that was a question for me or if that was for.
Yeah, did you just ask a question of the Daily Nexus while the Attorney General was present? What?
I resent my question. I was just like a thing of like when talking about student fee, like, is it possible?
I think that's the universe speaking. You can pursue that conversation.
Right, sorry.
AJ, thank you.
See you guys, go Nachos.
Senate reports, looking at.
When are Senate committee is supposed to go under the news.
Yeah, committee reports are on section J. Okay, so we're in D10 center reports. Anyone individually, group projects? What? Oh, yeah, there's. Trigger.
Hi guys. I'm doing a lot of work with helping undocumented students policy wise. It's gonna be kind of a self project, but I'd love your help. So I'm just gonna put that out there. And yeah, good luck on midterms.
Cool. Senator Sutton, you want to go next?
Yeah, I have a couple of exciting updates regarding the lagoon. So I got off the phone with the Coastal Commission yesterday. The district representative, Steve, gave me a call between classes. And he kind of updated me where things are at. He said, the Coastal Commission has approved a temporary permit for 90 days that include the newly put cameras and lighting system around the lagoon. And once that 90-day permit expires, it is very possible and likely that we are going to receive long-term lighting. And the suggestion was that we simply replicate the lighting style at Manzanita Village along the ESHA boundary at the lagoon. So he's been in conversation with Josh and Sherry from campus development, campus, what was that? Campus planning and development. And after that 90 days, essentially they'll have a notice of impeding development. And essentially what that will do is that'll signify and give the plan for the formalized plan to the Coastal Commission, to which they'll approve within 30 days. So essentially 120 days from now, we could see a formal plan for the lagoon lighting to be approved, and we can see construction hopefully as early as this summer. Unfortunately, it's not going to be within this term, but it's a project to long outlast the Senate and to outlast the school to provide student safety. So hopefully by the end of next school year, you'll see lighting along the trail at the lagoon.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Sussman. This is, just to put it in perspective really quickly, people, long-term professionals with decades of institutional experience struggle to get something approved by the Coastal Commission, and a sophomore in college started the project and got it approved in a few months. Like, it's actually mind-boggling. So thank you. Looking.
Along with the lighting, is there any chance of improving the path that goes to the lagoon? Because there's a lot of divots and things that are a different type of safety concern, but seem to also be a safety concern. Have you guys thought about that? I know this is a committee report, but.
Yeah, that'll be included in the recommendations. Chief Fly, when we were on the safety walk, we noted all the rubble and debris from the concrete and asphalt. It's just simply a accessibility issue. They have to have their four-wheelers drive that area at night anyway, so that'll be within the permit.
Okay, thanks, Sussman. Anyone else for this section? Cool. We'll accept the agenda at the end as we've covered. Okay, we move into new business. We start with a bill to update elections code to meet elections.
Last week, the AS internal controls compliance document proposal was tabled to this meeting, but it's not on the agenda.
I can add it.
Thank you. Yeah, should be motion on.
Doesn't have to be Patrick said last time. It doesn't need to be. It goes to table.
You just mark it orange on.
Yeah.
Information. I was wondering what quorum is going to be. We don't have some of them knowledge.
How many students do we have?
He's still on here.
Yeah, but they know.
Only two. Should be 12. I think we have 21 now, so it would be 12.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm at 21 now.
Yeah. No, wait,
Photo.
Clara over's on. So
Yes, 21.
21.
20, yeah. Yeah, so 12 it is. And how many are we at currently? 16. Sean.
Information? Did Senator Claro resign? Because I remember the conversation, but I don't think we ever approved his resignation.
We did last Senate
We
meeting.
did, yeah.
Clear.
Oh, yeah, Claro.
Or yeah, it was 2 weeks ago when he sent in an email.
Okay, it's not on the agenda minutes from last meeting.
It says 121,
Expand that.
January 21st meeting.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, yeah. We're a new business. We're in a built to update elections code to meet election board requests.
Jeez.
Yeah, we tabled it to this one.
Big on.
Sean, do you want to speak on this bill on behalf of elections board? That's okay with body?
Sure.
Okay, I don't have the full information. There's been limited communication with me, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Essentially, just.
We consent from the body for people to come up and speak, or for non-senators to speak on legislation.
We do.
Non-senators have spoken on legislation before.
Yeah, and the
What do you
attorney general said that we need consent from the body.
Yeah, do we have any consent for Sean to speak on?
Consent.
Yeah.
Consent.
Any objection to consent? Okay, Sean, go on.
There are very few updates. They're all outlined in red. Bill, I think there's a couple additional changes. I'm not sure if they get integrated into this draft.
It'll need to be done in committee.
Okay. Which is basically just adding constitutional amendments to everything else that's on there. Because there was some question about constitutional amendments and were only mentioned in like 1 or 2 sections when they should have been mentioned in all of them. And so to clear up any confusion, constitutional amendments were added to sections that reference fee initiatives and new referendum, so new constitutional amendments. There just wasn't an issue before because they had never come up. So when things come up, you put them into the code, and that's what this is. And then there's just, I think, one small addition of mentioning the initiatives or referendum on a section about how much people can spend when they're going out for a petition. And those are the only things.
Thank you, Sean.
No one from election could be here, that's why I'm doing this.
Okay, I mean, it's on the floor. Yes, this one.
Sorry, motion to table a bill to update elections code to meet elections board requests to liaison committee.
There's been a motion to refer a bill to update elections code to meet elections board requests to the liaison committee. Is there a second, Angela?
Second.
It's been a second. We're now in discussion. Ma'am,
Call the question.
question's been called. Judge, call the question.
Consent.
Like I said, seeing none, motion passes. Lucan, the thing from last week has been added.
Thank you.
We're in a resolution to support UCSA's Racial Justice Now campaign. If the first and second want to speak on it.
This was brought by the EVPSAs regarding a just nationwide campaign. There's no financial cost. This is just a like larger UC-wide affirmation of each campus to support obviously a racial equity campaign that they're currently doing. That's pretty much it. Oh, if there's any questions.
Due to setting policy in particular, because this is also a resolution, can we simply also just adopt it today and stuff, if possible, if someone makes a particular motion? If there's no other fiscal impact as well, or other alternative discussions.
Yeah, you can refer it out and back in. Or do you intend to motion? Let's first see whether there is any discussion on it. There is, no, it's not. Nothing on it? Yeah, maybe.
Motion to refer a resolution to support UCSA's Racial Justice Now campaign to advocacy committee.
There's been a motion to refer a resolution to support UCSA's Racial Justice Now campaign to the advocacy committee. Is there a second? Wang?
Second.
It's been a second. We're now in discussion. Yeah.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Judge, call the question.
Consent.
If you like sense, you know, which passes this in the advocacy committee. Order.
Yeah, I want a motion to add legislation to the agenda.
Could I wait until we deal with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to refer back without amendments now. Right? Is your hand up or? What's unclear?
No, I'll do the motion.
Yeah.
Motion to discharge a resolution to support UCSA's Racial Justice Now campaign out of advocacy committee without amendments.
There's been a motion to discharge a resolution to support UCSA's racial justice now campaign out of advocacy committee without amendment. Sure can. There's been a second round of discussion.
Call the question.
Let's just be called, just call the question.
Consent.
Any like consent, seeing none, the motion passes. It's back on the floor now. Whitelaw.
Motion to adopt a resolution to support UCSA's Racial Justice Now campaign.
There's been a motion to adopt a resolution to support UCSA's racial justice now campaign. Is there a second order?
Second.
It's been a second round of discussion. Dan.
Call the question.
Just call the question.
Consent.
Anybody like consent? Seeing none, we move into the lead vote on the spreadsheet. Should be motion 1.
Who just left?
Lee and Mohis. 18. Can you see how many senators should be voting? Lee and Mohi. You see when all the votes are in?
See. OBC needs to vote. Senator Ole Khan, do you want us to vote on your behalf? And Senator Sundarajan? Can you guys hear us? Let's abstain. That's a yes. Oh, it's a yes? I don't know. Wait, Senator Rajan voted yes.
Sorry, I just voted.
Thank you. Can I go back? Vote.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. Wait,
Lucy just communicated to me that she is unable to, like, it does not work for her to illustrate voting and answer onto the voting tracker. There's like technical issues.
But she's a yes. She's a yes.
She's a yes, she has communicated.
Can she communicate that openly?
Yeah, I
As
can,
we did, I mean, it's unusual in and of itself, but
Yeah.
at least should be communicated openly.
yeah.
Can she unmute maybe?
Hello?
Yes, Senator, what is your vote on this, if you can state it publicly?
Yeah, I'm voting yes.
Thank you. Okay, so it seems like all the votes are in, should be. Okay, so 1402. All right, motion passes.
Yay!
Where's the energy? Guys, the reason.
Jones, what is that? Okay.
We kind of just supported. that.
Okay, we're in a bill to create the textbook grant support program. First and second, want to speak on it?
Okay. So I'm super excited about this program. I really think and hope I covered all my bases. So first of all, this is going to be housed under the book bank, and the chair of the book bank and the staff advisor for the book bank were consulted with, are fully on board, gave their input, and their input was incorporated into the bill. What it would do, as I know you guys have all read it, but briefly, it would provide an option for students to request up to $100 per quarter to cover the cost of textbooks, either digitally or hard copy, other materials, course materials, as well as including things like Alex or Mastering Chem, or the econ department sometimes has online software that people need to purchase. And so, yeah, students could every quarter for their classes request $100. They have to show proof of the instructor, like in the syllabus or another note demonstrating that they need it. I've worked with FinOps to ensure that this legal code change that implements this program fits into their workflow with the new micro systems, and that the requisition process is taken care of and accounted for. And then there's a second, be it enacted clause, be it further enacted, that it will operate as a pilot program during spring. So these legal code changes won't go into effect until after the spring quarter, where part of BookBank's budget will be used for the program, seeing that it's effective and that we don't reconsider this legislation. Then after spring quarter, this legislation will go into effect. So if that was a little confusing, feel free to ask questions. But I really think I covered my bases on this one. And I'm really excited because, as discussed earlier, this is something where students will be able to see the actual tangible benefit of their student fees going to use for something that benefits them. And it's housed under an existing entity and gives that entity, a way to fill out their mission statement or build on their mission statement. So happy to take any questions.
So the second one.
No, Senator Lubin did amazing work on this. I just worked with the chair a little bit. He 100% approves and is really looking forward to implementing this program.
Awesome.
Thank you, Senators Lucan and Tan. This is an amazing project, and I really look forward to seeing it come to fruition. Just a quick question: how many students are you anticipating this will reach out to, or what's the demographic for how many students this will benefit?
Yeah, so it's going to be based on the budget that the book bank receives. And I anticipate that as long as it gets advertised, that the entire fund will get used up, because why would people not want free money for their textbooks? But in terms of specific number estimates, there's not, because someone might have a $20 textbook to buy and use $20, and then someone might spend the whole $100 and have to spend $100 more on other textbooks, so they're just getting a grant to cover part of their costs. So it's hard to say in terms of numbers, but in terms of grant value, total amount given away, that will be up to the Senate and budget delibs during when we provide funding for the book bank. And as it stands, the book bank can use their budget as they see fit to give out grants for spring quarter.
Can I ask two clarifying questions? Was this idea brought by you to the book bank or vice versa?
By me to the book bank.
That's sick. And how will the funds be dispersed? Just whatever way is relevant, or whatever is currently applicable in the association that's not covered in the bill, I don't think?
It's like the workflow is kind of covered, but basically what it would be is student comes to book bank and shows that they need a textbook. The secretary of the book bank will look at that syllabus, for example, and say, okay, yes, there's proof. The student will then the secretary will give the student confirmation to purchase the textbook. Once it's purchased, the student will submit a receipt. And then that receipt, either the secretary or two of the chairs, or the chair and the staff member or staff advisor, staffers effectively of the book bank will sign the requisition, which will go to FinOps. They'll process it. And then after FinOps processes it, the student will be able to be reimbursed. So I just completely explained that so wrong. That is completely wrong. Oh my goodness. Sorry, it's outlined in the bill. But, they submit the receipt, they show they need proof of it. The book bank passes that funding in their minutes. And then once it's approved, the minutes are approved by the Senate, then they're able to start the requisition process. and then from there, the student can get reimbursed. And naturally, the student in theory could get paid before they purchase the textbook, but because you're purchasing textbooks at the beginning of the quarter and this takes a few, this process would take a few weeks for Senate to approve it and things like that, it will likely be a reimbursement.
But presumably through check form until Mike Roy is set up. it's not like-
Yeah.
Cool. That seems like another thing to set up for students who have like individual transactions with the association, don't necessarily work here, but have to get something like this. I haven't spoken to Michael about that. Sean, if you know anything
Fill
about
out the same form that we have right now, so that anyone who fills it out can get reimbursed in the micro system, and then not just a check, but direct deposit, like a bunch of other ways.
Okay, cool.
Everything talk.
Any other thoughts on this? You're free to motion on it. Sussman?
Motion to refer a bill to create the textbook grant support program to advocacy committee.
There's been a motion to table a bill to create the textbook grant support program to the advocacy committee. Is there a second? Turgan? There's been a second round of discussion, Wade Motion, just call the question. Anything like that? Seeing none, motion passes. Cool. Do you have something to add on that? Senator Harder?
Motion to add a bill to update Article 10, Section 2, BCU autonomy to Section F. New business.
Motion to amend the agenda and add BCU autonomy bill to Section F, new business. Is there a second? Look,
Second.
there's been a second round of discussion. Let's
Call the question.
Questions for call the question.
Consent.
You like consent? Seeing no, motion passes. Speak on.
Oh, we can do this now? My mistake. Okay, so this is the section of legal code that former Senator, current AG Pasha was speaking about earlier. It's aptly named. It's in regards to the BCU's autonomy. The things that I changed specifically are in red, obviously. One of them being that we don't necessarily, I changed the workflow so that we don't have to have minutes of an interaction with BCUs before we change their legal code. For the simple fact that they could deny us the ability to do that. And so us being a legislative body, we're essentially impeded there. And so I want to change that. I want to make it so that we do not need minutes or require their consent to change their legal code if we need to. And then the next part that I changed is Section B. What this does is it gives the Senate the ability to direct a BCU to spend their finances in accordance with their mission statement. So as of right now, a BCU can deny a request, even though that request is in accordance with that BCU's mission statement, and we can't do anything about it. The BCU just denies it and it's done, right? Like it goes away. And that sucks because their mission statement is not being fulfilled effectively. Some of the reasons for these denials are completely arbitrary, and we have things to discuss in regards to that. We have examples of arbitrary denials, namely being the one that occurred with Coastal Conversations a little bit ago. But the idea here is that this will give the Senate the ability to force some of these BCUs to actually spend their rollovers, to actually spend the money that they're entrusted by the student body to spend. It gives us the ability to override their decision when it comes to their financial expenditures. We're not going to do that all the time, obviously, but it gives us the ability to force them to uphold their mission statement. It's very, very clear that anything that they spend has to be in accordance with their mission statement. So effectively, this is just forcing them to uphold their mission statement. If they have a complaint or if they don't think that what we're doing is just, they can arbitrate it with the Attorney General or with JC. So this isn't going to be, hey, you have to do this and they have no recourse. This is going to be, hey, we're telling you to do this. And if they have a valid reason for why they don't want to do this, then they can bring it up with JC essentially. But that's how this works. And then obviously it also encourages them to use standardized minute template. I'm looking to make some changes to this bill. So I would like us to table it to one of the committees. Probably liaison committee makes the most sense. And change some of the things about it that you guys are probably concerned about. I wanted to bring it now though, Because the sooner it gets injected into the bureaucratic system, the sooner it can get out and the sooner the benefits can be experienced by students. So I hate to drop that on you guys now, but I appreciate you guys' understanding. If you guys have anything to say, please do. I yield.
Yeah, just thank you again.
Sorry. The second on this is Juice Simonian. Do you have anything to say?
Am I required to speak?
No.
None.
Redlow?
Okay, right, thank you again, Senator Harder and Senator, just Simonian for bringing this particular bill. I do have just some questions regarding to this, and again, I think this just takes, because this was just brought to us today, that this takes more additional conversation about this, but this is more for my own clarification. Wouldn't that bring, when you mentioned about just the concerns about like now we don't have to be as concerned about like when it comes to a digital track or just a like never check when it comes to the meeting minutes, that we don't have that when it comes to that particular, wouldn't that be having some borderline and maybe some particular issues when it comes to transparency, or what if it comes to particular issues when say like now there's not really that system? I feel like a backing, say if someone has a financial particular request, which kind of ties to the second issue, what if that could be in general maybe an issue when it comes to transparency and just for advocacy for these, when people make motions, when people do communicate under meeting minutes about stuff that do you guys brought up that concern about just in general when it comes to transparency issues that when it comes to the association? Just that's my only concern, I guess, to bring up.
I don't understand the question.
I could, you can maybe clarify me if I'm wrong about this in particular, because you just mentioned about in the beginning about like when the AG was here to communicate that we don't really need to do when we are communicating with BCUs when it comes to meeting minutes and having to have this kind of digital track of communication, that's not really required in this anymore. Just my only concern is that like when it comes to this removing this particular process, what if maybe that already there has been some issues of this communication when it comes to Senate and BCU contact, and that's obviously fair because of decentralization of systems, but like removing these other additional fallbacks, what if that could maybe cause more just separation of this communication? Have you guys thought about that, how to like regard that issue?
Yeah, I don't, the intention of this bill is not to decrease communication with BCUs at all.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with BCU, like, has nothing to do with, if anything, there's a clause in here that requires BCUs to use standardized minutes. So I don't see how transparency or BCU communication is affected by this bill negatively in any way. I think if anything, it'll force BCUs to use the standardized template, which we can obviously, because it's standardized, will have not necessarily greater access to, but standard understanding of, right? And honestly, part of the hope of this is that it's never used, right? BCUs will know that if they don't spend their money in accordance with their mission statement, which their students are entrusting them to do, then there is the possibility that we are going to force them to spend it within our mission statement. So it's an implicit safeguard, really. Like some of the best laws are the ones that never really have to be engaged. They're so good that no one actually breaks a law, type of thing. You know what I mean? So that's the goal here, is no communication will be severed in any way. If anything, minutes will be standardized, and the implicit understanding that the Senate will override their decisions will be understood.
Johnson?
What does forcing them to use their funds on their mission statement look like the actual forcing part?
Yeah, so the way that would work is basically a directive. The idea here is that we can issue a resolution or directive that says, hey, you receive this request by our interpretation of the mission statement, by judicial council's interpretation of the mission statement. This is something that should be funded by you guys. Now, either provide us a legitimate reason as to why you cannot, that's not arbitrary, or we are going to direct you to fund this thing.
Jones?
Sorry, quick follow-up. So obviously we it just got on, so we haven't had time to read the bill. But does it stipulate that you need to have JC written approval to ask them to force? Because you just mentioned JC's interpretation of the mission statement as well.
No. I want to amend that, and I want to amend that. I was very, very clear. This is not complete. It's not completely finished yet, but I want this thing to go in committee, and I want it to get resolved in committee. And then if it dies in committee because it turns out that this isn't good enough, whatever, the system can't be amended the way that we want to amend it, then we can leave it there. But the purpose of bringing it today is that it's very, very close to being done. And we just we need to move on this. There's rollovers accumulating consistently. We need to make some sort of action on this. The reason why things go to committee is to fix it, is to mend it, to change aspects of it that aren't working. That is the purpose of it. So bringing it to this floor right now without a complete version of the bill is how the system is meant to be used. It's the purpose of the multi-step legislative process, literally.
Yeah, I just have a couple of concerns. Listen, I think it's my personal opinion. We obviously have issues and financial considerations when discussing BCUs, but I fear that this is a complete overstep in the legislative authority of this body. I'm concerned that by forcing and making directive statements to say BCUs spend your bill X, Y, and Z way, that can be very detrimental to how we operate as a Senate, because that's not what our job is. I think, doing hearings or, working in an official capacity that's much similar than to our federal government, not that it works right now, but a capacity where we're having more conversation to fix these issues of excessive rollover or whatever else it may be. I think that's the way to go about it, not putting our foot on the ground and saying, this is how you have to spend your money. That'd be like, that would essentially be like Senate saying to the Department of Justice, you have to spend your money on a case on X, Y, and Z. So I know it's a rough draft at this point in time, but that's a huge concern for this legislative body to know.
I think Lugan's had his hand up for a while.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe you might be best suited to answer this question, or someone on the body. I don't know what this bill would change, because this could be just totally messed up thinking as well, but what is stopping us from right now in this meeting, going into a BCU's minutes, adding a motion to pass $5,000 of funding for something, closing the minutes, and then approving their minutes, and then we've just directed them to spend their money? I don't know if there's a mechanism in place that stops us from doing that, and then this bill would be completely unnecessary because that power already lies with us. And is there something stopping us from doing that? Because I am not aware that there is, but I'm not aware that there's not either.
Yeah, so I've never been that creative to think about that, but I know we have the ability to pass directional resolutions, of course, and then we can and have opened minutes and struck things or amended things from them. Either Sean or Harriet about the adding something onto another entity's minutes.
So you have to consult BCUs in order to do that. And in the past, we have interpreted consult very aggressively. Like, it has to be a conversation that is two-sided and involves both parties.
And especially if the group has a lock-in fee, that would up the stakes. let's
If-
say.
If it's a lock-in fee, then it's a contract between the students in that group. And in that case, then yes, the expenditures should originate from that group.
Holly?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to answer Senator Lucan's question about like functionally how it's not possible to go. Well, I guess maybe like physically it is possible to go into the minutes, but what I mean is essentially it's a large like legal and probably arguably ethical issue to like change the physical record of what happened. So like for example, in your example of, oh, we can go in and write a motion to fund something and that's the directive. If that didn't actually happen, like that's a potential legal liability issue. So bottom line, wouldn't recommend doing that because we don't want to alter the record of what happened. Like that's, arguably not good for many reasons, but also to just add to the overall scope of the conversation, really, the BCUs are responsible for enacting the mission of that specific board. So they are considered the authorizers. As the Senate, really your responsibility and function is more legislative, which of course can be, in support of BCU activities and their bylaws, and financial oversight. But really your primary focus is around compliance with policy, not necessarily mission driven for that BCU. So it'll be more appropriate for them as the board to determine what is in alignment with their mission, particularly for lock-in groups. And as a Senate, it's more your responsibility to determine, are they following sustainability policies? Are they following the financial policies and procedures, university policy? When you're talking about, are they spending student fees responsibly? Like, are students getting the services they want? Totally fair and appropriate for the Senate, but the focus of the mission is really going to be reliant on the BCU itself. But hope that helps.
Thank you, Holly.
We're not a quorum.
We are.
1, 2.
Okay, thank you, Ollie. Just really quickly I think the distinction between lock-ins and non-lock-ins makes a lot of sense, but it seems like it's not something that would be applied only to adding something onto their minutes. It seems like it would apply to striking as well. And I don't remember what's been struck or not, but would that invalidate the striking action on a lock-in BCU?
So I interpret striking something from the BCU minutes as you are approving everything except.
But that.
It's like a positive hour to approve the minutes, and you have to just not be applied to that.
Sure. As opposed to adding something on, which is entirely. Okay. Lucan?
Just a quick follow-up. So that makes a lot of sense about not changing the record. Could the Senate, another theoretical question, because I'm unaware, could the Senate right now motion to allocate funding, $5,000 from a non-lock-in BCU for a specific purpose or project? And it's not like, and then approve, like that funding we vote on it and it gets passed?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, this is a really good question because it's probably gonna happen tonight. So I just want to provide some extra information in terms of lock-in, non-lock-in, and our procedure power of whether we can delegate money without the approval of BCU. I don't know if you guys remember about the whole this incident we had with Ivy Art and how they reported to UCOP and everything. And we decided not to make it a big fuss because we do not want UCOP to basically notice we making MOU with those lock-ins that technically are also a little problematic if they brought up with the whole situation. So if that's already, problematic, I would suggest we never consider anything of in terms of lock-in because they were voted on by the student body. They naturally have the authority as our staff and people have already talked about. We don't have the power to do that. In terms of non-lock-in, especially when they do not have a board and are inactive, potentially this is a gray area that we can act upon, but it's a precedent that we need to basically establish. Yeah.
I think there is precedent of moving funds from non-lock-ins. There's precedent of taking whole budgets from non-lock-ins, no?
The budget process, during the budget process, that's what you do with rollovers, right? This is not part of the budget process, and if we're talking about a group that has a board, has a committee, that's I think Holly might have some thoughts that that's considered a dangerous precedent. For a group that doesn't have a board, it is a gray area, but I think should still be considered and done lightly when we talk about it. I think we probably have
Yeah, I'm talking about without boards, and namely the Commission on Arts and Joy Justice, which was the budget was taken before the budget process, and then Holly?
Yeah, I would agree with the comments that it's a little bit of a gray area when it's a non-lock-in BCU and there's not currently a board appointed. Especially if there's been effort to fill the board, then there's kind of not really a point in the funding just sitting there. Obviously for lock-in BCUs that you all have developed a process a few years ago that you have the MOUs for, so that it's done in conjunction with the mission and with the entity that originally had the funding. I wanted to kind of go back to the original question about if the Senate can allocate funding to a BCU for a project. Or if the Senate wants, in the example, a speaker and the BCU doesn't fund it, the Senate can give the money to then fund it and kind of direct it in that way. That, just from an administrative perspective, can kind of become complicated. So I would suggest proceed with caution. There has been instances in the past where the Senate has funded projects for a BCU to then um, basically enact it. And it's become complicated. Like there's actually one in particular, and I won't out the BCU or out the project, but it's become very complicated on the administrative side because the funding didn't come from the BCU, and then the new board's leadership didn't really want to have anything to do with that funded project. And then now we have vendors that aren't getting paid. So it's possible, absolutely, Senate has funded projects for BCUs before, but ultimately the person that has to do the work, I would recommend having their, especially, so we're talking about a board that has members. If it's a board that doesn't, that's different. But for a board that has members, I think involving them in the execution of it, I think is really helpful because then we still have money just potentially it could sit. The board could choose not to do anything with it. So it can become complicated. It is possible, but proceed with caution, I guess, is the bottom line.
Yeah, so the way that I interpret the BCU lock-in request when they're on the ballot is that students are essentially donating their money, giving their money to the mission statement, and the board itself is entrusted with upholding that mission statement. So when they don't uphold that mission statement, the only current safety mechanism for that essentially is the rollover process, which the Senate has the ability to affect, but during the budget cycle, and it's not even affecting the entity as it exists at the time. It affects the entity as it exists later on. And so unless someone brings a case to JC for malfeasance, essentially, which would be extremely, extremely difficult to adjudicate because of the complexities of all of the people that vote essentially on a case, or excuse me, on a funding measure within a VCU, then it leaves us with a gap in the effectiveness of the body, of the effectiveness of the association. If there's no case brought, because it's very difficult to do that, or it's very difficult to at least prove in an instance of malspending or lack of not upholding the mission statement of the BCU, then we have to wait until the budget cycle. But if we can create this measure now as an intermediary step. So we don't have to wait for the rollover appropriation time, nor do we have to bring a case to JC. We can just direct.
I hereby come back to.
Also, really quick, just to add, if you have anything to say, please, I would give consent to invite JC to come up and speak.
I hereby come back to time speaking limits. Thank you, Swan. Holly?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry if I'm taking up too much space. I just wanted to comment on this again, just to offer some opinion on how you all could manage the review of, I guess, compliance, arguably. I would really recommend, instead of thinking about specific BCUs, that you all develop a template for yourself that can be accompanied with documentation for how you're reviewing BCU's compliance with their mission statement. And the reason why I would recommend that, both it can eliminate bias, right? If you can apply the same metrics equally to everyone. And then also because you all are accountable to voters as well, right? Your constituency. And the fiduciary responsibility of the association, being able to have documentation for compliance or non-compliance with the mission statement based on that metric, I think would be really helpful to make the process more objective rather than subjective, right? So if it's a set of questions that you ask that you can then document, and that may also help you all prepare for rollover hearings as well, because you're going to hear a lot about what BCUs do, and it's going to be right after budget hearings. And I don't know about you all, but after hearing all of the budget hearings, I think that would help organize me as well. So I would recommend for you all to develop some type of objective criteria that you can use to evaluate those so that the same criteria is applied to everyone. It can be equitable.
We've been on this for quite a while. What up?
Attorney General Patrick.
Yeah, CG.
Hi, everyone. This is sounding like an issue of a little bit of delegated authority, if you will, not to bring up that term. The association collects money on the association's behalf and then, so to speak, delegates that authority with the lock-in fees and the money that is collected to the BCUs to do so. That's why it says autonomy in that section that you're seeking to amend. So this is a complete restructuring and reorganization of how student fees have previously been allocated. And so with that, you would be changing how they were initially how they were initially thought to have been voting on their money going to these certain things, if that makes sense. So I would have to look into legal code. I think this is a conversation that exists outside of legal code though, so that's something that I'll have to look into, but I don't know that I'll be able to get back to you on this within the next 2 minutes or so, because this seems like a bigger conversation.
2 minute speaking rule. How many times have you spoken?
I'm gonna motion, motion to liaison committee, table the bill. Or which one is better?
There's been a motion to refer BCU autonomy bill to the liaison committee. Is there a second? Manikova.
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Jones.
I think that it would be better to see it in executive committee, considering how much this expands into and the different entities that are involved. And with our new legal code, we can now bring that upon that. So
Yeah, you can amend. Yeah.
Motion to amend my motion. I actually don't know how to make a motion to amend.
Motion to amend the previous motion.
Okay, motion to amend the previous motion.
Striking the words
Okay,
liaison.
striking the words liaison to executive committee.
Didn't say that, like, it didn't state that.
Yes.
Yeah, we've done this before, and because it like changes the motion, we've said that you can't just like change which committee it's going to.
No, that it changes the motion, like changes the substance of what's
Yeah,
going on.
and-
This means to refer it to a committee.
Yeah.
So which one it refers to, I really don't, that's up to the parliamentarian, obviously, but do you think it changes the substance of the motion such that it can't be amended if it's one committee or another?
What was that context?
I don't really care, but I made the exact same motion in the past and it wasn't allowed. So I don't care. I think it's a good motion. I think it should be allowed, but that's the precedent that we set.
I don't think it was about committees.
It's Robert's rules. It's a subsidiary motion, so it should be allowed. If you're amending a motion, it doesn't matter like the germaneness. If you're amending a motion, whether it's a number or a committee name, it doesn't really matter. As long as it's amending the previous motion to read something different. So it should be allowed.
Okay, well, you specifically told me something like literally the contradiction of that in the past, which is fine. I don't mind.
I remember what it was. I didn't know that you were making a subsidiary motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was my fault.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I'm just confused. That's why.
Good job.
Okay. Can you repeat your motion, please? Is it on here?
Motion to amend the previous motion to strike the word liaison to say executive.
There's been a motion to amend the previous motion to strike the word liaison to say executive. Is there a second? Partner?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Lucan.
Call question.
Call question.
Sorry.
Interesting, like I said, seeing none, motion passes. The thing hasn't passed. It's been amended. Lucan.
Call question.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to the question? Consent, seeing none, motion passes. I got it. Yeah, so just say executive and then strike through liaison behind it. Why not? Lucan.
Do we know when the executive committee is gonna meet?
I can call a meeting next week. Please. I've been dealing with the appointments all week, so. Thanks, Chair. Technically, he chairs it, but just can call it.
Yeah, it
I think anyone in the committee can call it, actually.
has to be.
Anybody member.
Those under old code for honorary, I don't know what the committee itself. I mean, that should be a thing.
So next Tuesday work?
What time?
We can figure that out. We can figure that out. Okay, this motion has passed. We're now in a resolution requesting the cancellation of the USSA lock and fee. Senators Luke and Sussman.
Yeah. USSA doesn't exist. Per the words of the interim executive director, this should have been canceled 10 years ago. This is part of my work in the Attorney General's office. The brief is linked on the legality, constitutionality, and other considerations for this fee. I hope you guys can look that over. That was also on our agenda sometime in the fall. So for me, it's something that I've care about because I've worked on it for so long. And all this does is request that the chancellor promptly and indefinitely cancel the USSA lock and fee, which he has the authority to do as delegated to him by the UC Office of the President. And PATAOS.
I don't want to get too much into semantics, but students spend $2.53 per quarter on USSA, where they receive very little in return. In fact, not much in return, just a few BCUs and entities that travel up to Sacramento and DC, which I was a part of. I think it's our duty as an association to ensure that student fees are not being wasted, and that especially in times of such financial hardship for so many students, we are being fiscally responsible as stated in our Constitution. I know there's some discrepancy whether or not this should go directly to the chancellor or not, but I think it's our duty as an association to cancel this fee as soon as possible.
We're in discussion. Oyla.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think we're all in a collective sense about just like, as we discussed about this multiple weeks before, on just finding continuous opportunities to help just to increase the lock and fee. So I think this is a great initiative. Thank you, Senator Lucan. I guess to the particular scenario that if this legislation does get passed and stuff, have you guys have communicated about just the next steps going forward when it comes to just communicating about afterwards of cancellation, or like actually integrating this physical process of like just communicating to the chancellor what the steps would go with that, or is it still right now just the idealized form of hoping to communicate to him about this process? Yeah, if you have talks.
Actually, I can answer.
Order.
Yeah, so I spoke with Ms. Perkin, who comes often, about the process, and basically what she told me is that anytime we want to cancel or pause a fee, we can, and the chancellor will say yes. So to answer your question, yes, we've talked to the workflow, to the people who represent the workflow, and they're on board.
I'm afraid I know that not to be true firsthand, because this was requested and passed, I believe unanimously at the end of the last term, and the last chancellor just
That's the last chancellor.
retired.
He retired. We got to do
You
it.
framed it as if the chancellor just essentially has to approve. I don't think that's ever been the case.
Yeah, newsflash, we got a new chancellor. I'm just kidding. But yeah, this chancellor has communicated to Perkin that he would be willing to pause or place a stop on any of the stuff that we requested. He requested that we give a letter indicating the reasoning for it, and Ms. Perkin told that to me, and I am telling that to you guys.
Hope that's true. John?
Oh, I have just two comments before I make a motion. So first, you probably want the fiscal impact on it, because there's a fiscal impact. And second, I would recommend to at least just like briefly, well, I'm assuming that you guys didn't, but if you have talked to UPSA yet.
Okay.
Hey. Have you talked to UPSA yet? UPLA, sorry. Oh, UPSA.
UPSA. The UPSA's office was consulted.
Okay, cool. That's good. Which one would you guys be refer to the motion?
Exec committee, if we can.
If I could ask one thing on the fiscal impact really quickly. So is it after what amount of time does this kind of thing go into reserves, if at any point, because there's still obviously a giant pool sitting there and obviously not applicable only to this. others as well, but where would the funding that has been gathered over the years accumulate now? Right? And it can still be employed by
Well,
the UPSA for,
this account being used by many groups to travel.
Yeah.
and Distributed by finance committee over the last couple of years.
got it. No,
Just extra information on that. The finance committee have been potentially, we're forecasting we're gonna drain the rollover of USSA by this year.
This year.
Based on how we approve the travel and everything.
Okay.
But motion to refer resolution requesting the cancellation of USSA lock-in fee to the executive committee.
The motion to refer resolution requesting the cancellation of the USSA lock-in fee to the executive committee. Is there a second? Wydla?
Second.
And a second now discussion, Dan. Question, call question. You second, thank you, Sam. Seeing none. Motion passes. Okay. We're now in a resolution requesting the cancellation of the community volunteer. My bad, sorry. Foundation lock and fee, first and second and third year.
Yeah, this is effectively the same deal. It's not as black and white as USSA, but to fill in that context, I would defer to Senator Sussman.
Yeah, I spoke with the president briefly this afternoon. And this one's a little bit more difficult because it's an actual board of students that has not been appointed for 2 years, 3 years now, I believe, Senator Pan.
2-ish years.
2 years now. So that's the difficulty with this one, is that, you know, it's in our bylaws, it's under the Community Affairs Board for the CEC election. And it's not necessarily the Associated Students fee, like right underneath our bylaws, even though we use it, or we attain fees for it. So that's the difficulty with this one, and it's hard because you're kind of getting rid of an initiative that students voted for. At the same time, we have done, as I said earlier, a very poor job at informing students of how their fees are being used and which commissions, committees, and boards are active. So with that being said, I'll yield my time to Senator Than to discuss more.
Yes, thank you. I kind of wrote the background on this. I think ultimately, if we think about the larger context of this, they did wish for the board to be filled up. However, we can see that AS is in the dire need of members throughout all of our units. There's so many people hiring or needing hiring. And POVO just wasn't one that was kind of like an interest to the students, which goes to show that, like, as of now, this it is really important for us to cancel it, or to request the chancellor to cancel it, given that the funding isn't going anywhere. And there's always the option of pausing, or the next senates can come back and look, and if they think this is important and the students think it's important, they can feel free. But thinking about the student body right now and the financial strain that everyone is consistently under, it is in our best interest to try to alleviate it somewhat, even if it's $1 per quarter.
Sure. Yeah, the way that I understand this workflow is essentially all we're doing is stopping the fee. And kind of in regards to IVP's question about the dissolution of a body, it seems to me like the dissolution of the body and the fee that the body collects are two separate things. So before we dissolve any bodies and decide what to do with their current pool of funds, rollover, whatever, we have to stop the fee. We have to stop the lifeline, if you will, and then dissolve it. So it seems to me like those are two separate questions. I just wanted to clear that up because I was obviously like cleared up in my mind as throughout the course of the conversation, and that's something that may be of concern to the rest of us. And it came up a little bit earlier, but that's purely for clarity. I yield.
Yeah, I'll give 2 quick things before any motions. This resolution can be amended to, you know, recommend to keep POVO as an organization, as Senator Harder said, but canceling the fee. There's also an alternative of pausing the fee, if that's more preferred. That's up to this body, but Those are two different alternatives to just canceling the fee outright and canceling the body itself, but at the same time, you have to ask what services this body has provided to the students at large. So those are the other options as well.
Oh, no.
Staff have already started looking into a while back, pausing the fee for probably 3 years as the idea, and trying to get the committee going, and if the committee doesn't get going, then like, yeah, it can be canceled. If the committee does get going, then an MOU can be signed to get that money down. And basically, the staff person who was the advisor for that committee left 3 years ago, and the group didn't last after they left. That's the hidden.
Oh, no.
Hi, thanks for recognizing me. I just want to say, yeah, I think just in terms of not harm reduction or just in general like conflict avoidance, I would say I think a pause is probably the best way forward. And I think that we can have a broader conversation about this later, but one of the ideas that I was thinking of, which I just kind of bounced off of Evan earlier, was like a potential, let's call it like a constitutional amendment of sorts to basically say that like if this BCU or entity is inactive for like X number of years or their board hasn't been filled or their positions, like their fee automatically pauses. So we don't have this like constant like bleed out over years and years. So I think that's something we should definitely look into. But yeah, I just wanted to contribute that in.
Seems ripe for a motion. Not.
Chair, it seems ripe to recognize him.
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion to refer a resolution requesting the cancellation of the Community Volunteer Foundation lock-in fee to the executive committee.
You guys doing everything, okay. There's been a motion to refer a resolution requesting the cancellation of the community volunteer form to the executive committee. Is there a second order?
Second.
No discussion. Lucan.
Cool.
Just call the question.
Consent.
Objection to consent. Seeing none, motion passes. We're on to the legislative reform amendment of 2026.
So I have to support.
Yeah, so it's Juice Money, Lucan Harder.
All right, the proposed amendment which I bring before the floor today is a combination of the amendment brought by Senator Lucan last week, which was proposed for a winter special election that did not reach the turnout threshold to be certified. And what that portion of the amendment does is just reapportions the seats in the Senate, so we don't have on-campus or off-campus housing anymore. And we have senators at large, so we're not dealing with so many vacancies. I think everybody is familiar with that part of the resolution. What I want to focus on is the other part, which I was originally going to introduce separately, but it alters the way the Senate works in such a manner that we decided it should be introduced simultaneously with the other components of this amendment. Now, what I have is a proposal to implement midterm elections pretty much during the end of the fall quarter for about half of the senators. So all of the not at-large senators would be elected in the fall. And this isn't just like I want to be clear, this isn't just a stylistic or, midterm elections sound cool thing. There's a very important functional purpose to this, and that is that of the 24,000 undergraduates at UCSB, about 6,000 are freshmen like myself. And then I think another like 4,000, 3,000 of the other undergraduates here are transfer students who are spending their first year here. Because we currently do elections for every office in AS in the spring, even though those people make up about 40% of the population on campus, are forced to pay campus association fees during their first year. And those fees are usually expended in the budget cycle that occurs before the first election they get to vote in. They end up basically being taxed without representation. And this is 40% of the student body in any given year. Of that 40% of the student body, exactly one person has any say in what the budget for this year is, and that's me. And if I wasn't here, nobody in that 2/5 of the undergraduate student population at the school would have a say in where our like $20 million at this point is going. By changing the way that we do elections so that half of the Senate seats are up for election in the fall, I believe we can resolve this problem. Combined with the fact that we are modifying the way the Senate works to reduce vacancies, this means that we'll have a Senate that's not only not subject to, you know, seats running vacant for 7-8 months, I think at this point, but also a Senate that I think will more effectively represent the student body. I yield.
Is it Luke in a second?
Yeah, so this is I'll tell you, I think this is a great way to improve our civic engagement as a campus community. And I think this opens the door to AS functioning more fluidly throughout the year. And that's pretty abstract. But I think that Senator Giosimonian said it pretty well. It's important that all students have a chance to be represented on this campus, which I think we do a good job of, but it's also important that all students have the opportunity to represent others on this campus. And I think that this amendment would facilitate that better than our current system does now. I yield.
Lee.
I have a few questions. I know one of them was from the last legislation that was introduced. I think it's increased the numbers of senators at large from 8 to 10. And I was wondering why that was, because it, like, the increase just then seems arbitrary. And then I guess my thoughts for the fall midterm election. I know we do a lot of work over the summer, and so presuming that we only elect 10 senators, right, spring quarter, and that would only be 10 senators to do the work of what typically is a 26, that number might be wrong, 26 member Senate, and there is a lot of work that happens over the summer. And I do like the idea of a fall midterm election just because there are typically vacancies, and like freshmen and the incoming freshmen and incoming transfers, any new students should have the opportunity to run for office and represent their students if they'd like. But maybe, I guess my suggestion would be maybe having still half, like maybe a transfer senator still be able to run spring quarter of the year prior. Yeah, those are just my thoughts. And then if you could answer my first question.
We have 5 minutes, so briefly.
Thank you, Senator Lee. I want to be clear first off, what this amendment would do is it wouldn't make those 10 seats vacant until the fall. It would make it so that those 10 seats, their term begins at the end of the fall quarter and then ends at the end of the fall quarter next year. So they still serve for a year. It's just that they get elected in the fall, serve a year, so winter, spring, summer, fall, and then the seat is up for re-election again. So we're not gonna have 10 vacant seats based off of that. In terms of raising the number from 8 to 10, that was mostly the idea was to even it out so that we have the same number of senators up for election each cycle. That number is in a sense arbitrary, and I imagine it could be revised before this formally gets submitted to the voters. But I think the idea of doing half and half when it comes to distributing like election centers or election in makes the most sense.
John?
So I have two questions, maybe out of ignorance. I would lovely, like, glad if somebody would answer it. First, that we have vacancy right now. So like, I don't think the reason that has stopped people being a senator is because we have requirements that freshmen cannot be senators. And the second is that I don't see how like the freshmen have a fundamentally different interest than the rest of the student body that need to be represented. Like, if you think about it, we have 50% of the incoming student are women, but we don't have a women senator because we assume that any kind of senator position can be filled by women or men or any kind of gender. But it's the same thing with freshmen and other kinds of position. I'm just saying, like, you can still be a like senator even though you're a freshman. I don't think it's because we didn't have. So maybe I'm asking a dumb question, but.
3 minutes.
Yeah. Freshmen can't get elected until the spring. So there are no freshmen that are on Senate unless they get appointed by the ad hoc committee, but freshmen don't have the opportunity to get elected as things currently stand. So that would change this. I also want to point out that someone made a really good point that the way it currently stands, transfer senator, or the way it's written right now, transfer senators would only be able to get elected in the fall. Meaning that if you're a transfer student and you learn about the election too late and you don't declare, you would only have a chance to get to run the next fall, but then you would be graduating that senior year. So maybe we should make it so that the transfer seats are 1 and 1 and then adjust one of the.
That's, I think, a reasonable comment.
You can make the case that ad hoc is our version of this right now, and it's up to you how ad hoc works. Would people be okay with tabling this? And I'm sure there'll be much more spirited discussion. This is one of the most fun parts of. Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask a follow-up to what Senator Jason was saying. If there are 10 seats open for fall quarter, what if, and there's term is supposed to be a year, what if they're seniors or if they're going to be graduating? Would that be addressed?
The vice president.
Yeah.
Yes, so that is actually a very important point. If you look at Article 11, there are actually some clauses in place that discuss exactly that. Basically, the idea is if a Senate seat is vacant, if a Senate seat would normally be up for election during one of the 2 cycles, and we get to the other cycle, if the Senate seat is vacant, it wasn't filled through direct election, so the person in the seat is a runner-up or was appointed or something like that. If the senator is going to graduate at the end of the quarter, I think is what we said, or is gonna become ineligible for whatever reason, or has said they're gonna resign at the end of the quarter. What happens is, even though that seat would normally be up at the other election, we do a special election during that election, and we fill the seat until the end of the term, so for 6 months. So there is a procedure in place to prevent issues from that, like that from happening.
Guys, we're at recess time.
Should this one go to, sorry, am I recognized?
Yes.
Is this one go to executive or?
I feel like executive.
Okay, motion to table.
We're gonna be this.
Legislative reform amendment of 2026 to executive committee.
Email refer.
Refer.
There's been a motion to refer the legislative reform amendment of 2026 to the executive committee. Is there a second, Lucan? There's been a second, discussion, wait, look. Questions called, call the question?
Sorry.
Anybody like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. We're in a 15-minute recess. Be back here at 9:16 p.m.
I'm not gonna stay for the conversation.
Hello?
Those but I think I'm gonna go.
See right here. Yeah, fair. It's like every time.
What's up?
I get 20 million, 30 million.
Yeah, those things work.
Senator
Lucan.
Yeah, Joe Boris needs, she needs to already change the school, it doesn't matter in Senate.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I said. Yeah, this is all HD.
It smells like.
So it's a lot. Oh, wait, this is David.
I don't know if there's gonna be business or there's gonna be pleasure.
It's like this.
It's one of them.
Thinking of doing that, but the issue is
Oh, I thought.
I don't have the unlimited QR code.
Strike
So I
that.
need to pay for the subscription.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, guys.
Or like figure out how to distribute it.
Even the calls for order are completely sort of.
What's your favorite?
Okay, we are now in.
I already have a
We are now in a bill to update the Environmental Justice Association's
I can't expires after like 2 months.
alliance, isn't it?
I'll write it another one.
You have to amend that, buddy.
Fine.
Order. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're now in a bill to update Environmental Justice Alliance's legal code to accommodate appointments disputes. Sussman?
Yeah, I sent you guys all the email.
Yeah.
They appointed 6 people before I was appointed pro tem at the very first Senate meeting. So had I known at the time, I would have said something. But they appointed 6 people to a position which currently holds 4. There's an enacting clause at the very end which says the adjustments for such positions shall retroactively include fall 2025 honoraria eligibility. That's the extent of it. They were supposed to be here tonight to discuss this. Yeah. I yield to questions.
Discussion. This feels like post recess lunch in high school when everyone's exhausted.
You had recess in high school?
Let's be
Okay, let's get back on track.
Order.
That was a good question though.
which committee do you want to get referred?
Liaison makes most sense.
Okay.
I'll. Oh, sure. That's probably good all. Thank you. In the sake of transparency, I should note that adding these 2 positions would effectively equate to 77% of EJA's or 70% of EJA's budget going towards honor area. So just to let you know.
Yeah, very helpful information. Motion to refer a bill.
Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, no wants to speak.
Oh, okay. I rescind my motion.
Oh, no.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just gonna ask Evan to clarify that because that figure popped up before Senate and I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. Are we okay with this? I mean, can we ask ourselves? We can discuss this in committee further, but I think it's a question that should be asked. So thank you.
Thank
I was asked to sponsor this bill. I'm doing. I think this association knows my stance on internal allocations and return on investment of student fees. I hesitate to say that this is a great use of student fees. At the same time, I'm doing my due diligence as a senator to ensure that these BCU's members, which were appointed, are paid for doing the work that they were appointed to do. With that being said, I think this is a much larger conversation to have.
Yes.
Okay, not even by names now. Okay. Yeah, I think we all share the same sentiment. I highly recommend everybody go back to the audit that get published last meeting. I motion to refer the bill to update the Environmental Justice Association's legal code to accommodate appointments disputes to liaison committee.
Motion to move to motion. It's been a motion to refer a bill to update the Environmental Justice Association's legal code to accommodate appointments disputes to the liaison committee. Is there a second? Please.
Second.
Second discussion, Lucan.
Yeah, I have a question for anyone who might know. Do we know, so is the project chair's position that's getting numbers added? Does anyone know of any projects that they've that the project chairs have initiated, participated in, or done? Or if there's a journal, or if any of like their legal code has been followed? This is not punitive, just oversight.
Be at least 6 projects, Mohis.
I also had another question.
I can answer some.
But I think if,
Oh, yes.
okay, my second question is, do we know what the attendance of all these project officers are? And if so, if we vote no for this bill, what would happen essentially?
Positions don't exist. Sussman?
I'll answer both parts. To Senator Lukens, if you look towards their meeting minutes, which I've gone through multiple times, I'll find the dates. They have gone on sunset walks. They've done lip balm making in arts and crafts to that extent. Those are some of the projects that they have worked on from their meeting minutes. I can pull up the date in just 1 second. Senator Malhis, if this bill does not pass, those 2 students, we will need to reconcile how, as a Senate, which 2 students are not paid. Or if the Senate would like to motion towards financial operations to split the funding of the honoraria amongst, if we would like to split the honoraria amongst 6 people rather than 4, which is legally questionable considering there's only 4 positions in legal code. So either the options are we split it or only 4 out of the 6 get it if this bill does not pass for fall and budget. Senator Lucan, I'll give you those meeting minutes in just a second, and I can attach those in a Slack to all of you.
Thank you.
I also saw the $150 lip balm making event and this one. I just want to say, I personally don't really feel comfortable passing this bill without EJA here to give support as to why we should, even though Senator Sussman sponsored the bill, and I'm sure we're all appreciative that he did the work instead of me or anyone else. But I was told in our last liaison committee, they did also tell us that they were going to come to Senate and they were going to bring a Senate plan to present to the whole Senate, which I was looking forward to. And as much as I respect the chairs, I think they're working or they're doing their best. I personally don't agree with us doing anything with this bill while they're not here, or to give support as to why we should pass it.
We don't.
I was gonna say similar amendments to that in particular. It's just like in our last liaison committee meeting, they did, based on their advisory, also communicating to us that they were interested to, at the very least, give a more better, I would say, in-depth detail and a presentational form about just the whole for this accommodational purpose, as well as the fact of what they are actually working on and to the Senate body. And I was trying to accommodate to them, and I have been meeting with them over the past weekend to kind of provide that entail so that when they do come to the Senator meeting and come to the Senate body, they are prepared to kind of give it a better explanation. And then as a body, I think it's best to then collectively decide the next marginal step forward, in my opinion. So I had similar situation to not feel necessarily comfortable.
I know this is my second time, but I was just trying to ask the possibility that we do not expand the positions, but just approve their honoraria for the terms of served.
By definition, how it works.
Well,
Not how it works, that is.
but, okay, let me rephrase. So expansion of the position will be permanent. So when you expand it and then you pay their honoraria, then that means like these positions is gonna be expanded for until you remove it. But I was just asking, is it possible that we reconcile with the 2 senators that get appointed, that we just pay for their effort, but without like change of legal code to expand those positions?
There are certain ways to add temporary positions outside of payment for positions themselves. You have to go through this weird song and dance of they completed a service and you give them a payment in return, like the community financial fund does something to this end. It's a different thing from, you could, I guess, but you know, you'd enjoy that work, I guess. That doesn't.
Not speaking on this bill, but I sent the meeting minutes from November 24th, and I think it was just, or October 26th, in the Slack. Just to see kind of what these projects entail. These are select, couple of meeting minutes.
I don't know.
Thank you. I'd also just I'd like to echo what my peers have said about this. I mean, they're not here. I think part of that is like they over appointed for positions that don't exist at the moment. And it was originally going to be updated in legal code, but I mean, we were specifically instructed in committee that we would return to this at a later point. And that's why it wasn't in there. And I think they need to be here for that discussion to occur. So I will say I can't really get behind the idea of advancing this process without them here. And I think they should justify the expansion of their board, especially given the fact that it is going to increase their percentage of honoraria relative to their full budget. So that's just how I feel about it. I am not feeling great about this.
Okay, if that is the common sentiment, you always have the ability to table, be that to a certain meeting or indefinitely. I'm just, in case that is what other people want to say, it seems like we could skip right past this. Yeah, you can motion to fail, whatever. Just so we don't spend more time than we need to. Harry, do you want to speak on that?
I was gonna say that Senator John's point, you could also make it
As a temporary position, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can. Which would expire at the end of the term, presumably. And can still apply retroactively because that's a part of it.
I suppose so, yeah.
John.
So we are in the middle of a motion to refer it to liaison committee. So if we want to move forward with that, we also have the option to keep it in committee. And we don't refer it back to the Senate unless they show up and come and speak on it. And if they don't, then it just dies in committee. We have that option as well, so.
If it's sent to committee, the good faith thing to do would be to expect them to speak at committee. So if you want them to speak to the entire Senate, it seems like you should either keep it here or disregard this as is and coordinate the introduction of it with their coming. Laila.
Yeah, I just been trying to listen to what John was mentioning about, again, if we do refer also to the said committee, we can talk with maybe pertaining towards the substance about that as well. If it's like a resolution or something like that, whichever way works, we can also just fix maybe potentially in the committee as well as the committee.
Yeah.
Would the committee setting be appropriate to switch the bill from a bill to a resolution?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I think that's what we should do.
But again, is the common sentiment that you want them to come here first or you want to move on with this anyways? Do we want to take an informal vote on that? What's up?
For these positions to exist for the fall honoraria cycle, this bill or resolution would need to pass by next Wednesday.
Well, we're not doing it on Tuesdays now, so I can just amend it onto the agenda if potentially then.
Okay. We're flouting this whole thing of appointing, creating a position retroactively such that it can be. I just told the EVPLA that can't be done today. You can't create a position that didn't exist for a past quarter, then pay them then, but anything is possible. So I don't know.
Okay, yeah, this is my last comment on this. We do not owe them this position. It's not our responsibility to create this position for them retroactively. They overappointed, it was illegal, and we don't need to do it. And they can make their case for it next week. I don't see a need for this to advance to committee right now. I think that this should be made as a case to the entire Senate. And frankly, I think it's a little bit ridiculous to give them this much leeway when they're just asking to have us basically fix what they did. Others may disagree with me. I am okay if it goes to committee in the end, but I just think it's better if they make the case to all of us. So that's all.
Have the information.
Yes.
We did approve their appointment in the first meeting. Is that what we did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say to Sam's point, he's absolutely correct, but we approved those 6 appointments, so we also bear the burden of that, of responsibility for having done that, and that needs to be accounted for in our decision making.
Carter,
Call to question.
question has been called. Is there any objection? Call the question.
Objection.
Could you state your objection, please?
I want the Senate to reconsider this because it's not just, oh, what percent of their honoraria is their budget? It's what percent of their honoraria is to the amount that they give back to the student body. And frankly, I don't want to bounce around the box, but I don't think EJED gives that much back to the student body. And I think we really need to consider that if we're going to amend our legal code and increase the amount of positions.
Okay, so the procedure now is, it starts with whether you rescind your call to question or not. You do not rescind your call to question. Do you rescind your objection?
Sure.
You do?
I rescind, yeah.
Okay, because then it passes. Okay, usually you want to state like just kind of objections.
Do it by like hand vote.
Yeah, you can request that. Yeah, we can just do it by hand or spreadsheet vote.
Or spreadsheet vote, whatever, our new system.
Eval time. I think that's a, yeah, for important items, you can request that, obviously time permitting and all that.
Motion 2.
No, it's just the chair's discretion. Yeah, motion 2. On motion 2, please, within the next like 30 seconds.
Do you want to clarify? I'm just gonna create.
Is it the
By
second?
the way, this is, yes, motion 2, this is to refer to liaison committee, just to be clear. Thank you, John. No speaking while voting. That is true.
Respect.
To pass it to liaison.
Maybe I'll do yes for the drama.
Yes.
No, I know it's to refer to table.
Wait, point of information?
Point of information.
Voting no is not to refer, voting yes is to refer?
Yes,
Oh.
sorry, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote yes.
It's not approving, why people look so.
Voting. Mike, can you mark Senator Shurkin as absent?
Okay,
Or I don't mind, I don't really care.
Shurkin is also absent at this point. Senator Rajon on Zoom. Senator Rajon, can you please submit your vote?
Oh, I voted already. I was able to.
Yeah, no, she did.
No, she did. She did.
Senator Rajon.
First name Sohan
Bueller.
Oh, no.
of the Advocacy Committee? No? Okay, that's an abstention. Okay, so we have,
Yeah. It's yours.
huh,
Built.
okay, so we have 4, 8, 3. The motion fails.
Okay. Okay, so.
That might be no,
Yeah.
like you can count those on one hand, this year. It's still on the floor, by the way. You can do with it whatever you want. John?
Motion to indefinitely table a bill to update the Environmental Justice Association's legal code to accommodate employment disputes.
There's been a motion to indefinitely table a bill to update the Environmental Justice Association's legal code to accommodate employment disputes. Is there a second, Malhese?
Second.
And a second, we're now in discussion. We're now in discussion, Harder. Question has been called. Just call a question.
Consent.
Any objection to that consent? Seeing none, motion passes. No Lee, hand, jumping jack, vote, nothing? Okay, great. I just thought of like this was voting, I don't know why.
Point of information.
Yeah.
So this bill can still be brought back like next week if EJA
Yes.
decided to come back, right?
By the way, one small thing is that they're not the Environmental Justice Association.
Oh,
Alliance. So you can- Bring that
Center
back
assessment.
in the correct version.
I wrote this at like 1:30 last. I apologize.
It's not an.
That's so early.
Insane.
Okay, we are, speaking of postponing things, we're in the HIP proposal for IV Underground, which my Deputy Chief of Staff, Maren Hoffman, and Internal Affairs Coordinator Valentina have been doing great work on, but they spoke with USEN staff and you name it, every conceivable Alpha Soup department. And there are a few reasons why this has to be delayed. You have to get fencing around the event. It's gonna be at the USEN lawn, several local bands, even a beer garden, which is pretty cool. But to get all of that, you need funding and you need time. So it seems like this is gonna be delayed until spring quarter, which is not reflected in the current project proposal. So I would encourage you to also indefinitely table this, and it'll be brought back by my staffers next week in its completed version. Lucan?
I move the table HIP proposal IV Underground indefinitely.
There's been a motion to table HIP proposal IV Underground indefinitely. Is there a second, Harder?
Second.
There's been a second, without discussion. Lee?
One question.
Questions called, there's called a question? Is there a consent? Seeing none, motion passes. I would still encourage you, if you have not taken a look at it, please do. It'll be a slightly different version, but the point of it remains very much the same. Okay, we're in AS Internal Control Modernization proposal by Lucan.
Yeah, so this is, we've discussed a few times now. This funding, as far as I'm concerned, can come out of capital improvements, CAPM, whatever it's called. And this is for that minutes template, or that there was the beta version of that site that we shared where you can see line items for the expenditures and BCU minutes and stuff. It kind of addresses actually a lot of things we've talked about today. I think it's a really good program. It would take a little bit of time to implement. But I believe that passing the funding for this and letting them start to move forward with this would be super, super beneficial for us as a body and for the association as a whole. So I'd encourage us to pass this proposal, which would involve passing $32,000 from capital improvements.
Lucan, do you mean the Leadership Capital Projects and Computers Fund?
I don't think so. I believe so, yeah.
Oh, you mean capital reserves? Yeah. Capital reserve dividend interest?
I thought like CAPM was like the shortened name of it, but it might. Don't know.
The Michael.
Suggestion was from the originator of the program, so I wouldn't say it's coming from us or what account to take.
Yeah, I'm asking if you know which account it's referencing, because I discussed this with
I
Michael.
think it's referencing capital improvements, which is physical improvements, not software.
Okay.
I don't know what the intent was.
Is. Yeah, I asked the question to Sean.
Sure, Sean, one answer, yeah.
Wait, is capital improvements, where does it say that it's only physical, like structures?
Kind of in the name, but there's a separate account for computer related things typically.
Okay, then my understanding is it would be from. I thought capital improvements meant like any kind of capital improvement, which I feel like this would fall under.
Yeah, so it seems like it would be Leadership Capital Projects and Computers, and I think this fund paid for AS1 and things of this sort, like even the Meet the Execs events. It's kind of a broad, but also has the computer.
So each of those are like three kind of separate accounts. Those are the recharge accounts. Each has like 0.5% recharge. Computers, we can have computers and software and technology. The tech accounts, we can help with all of that. And then leadership is what we're talking about right now. So those are like capital improvements is in there as part of the collection that gets replenished every year, but then we use it to build, so like the main office is getting redone, the admin office is getting redone. Like that's typically what it is.
Okay, so in motion language, I suppose, would it not be motion X amount from Leadership Capital Projects and Computers, or only the last one?
The same account, right? I thought
It's 912. That might be the
I can check that. Carter.
If we don't need to pass this funding tonight, then can we get clarification on like which account we're doing this from and then just do this next week?
I'll ask some comments.
Is it 902 or 912?
1, 2, I believe. Which has multiple like sub accounts, so.
Can we just say the appropriate account, the motion language?
Doesn't mean anything. I can't even see computers on here.
Oh, the new system has it correctly.
Yeah, Luke, and I hate to delay this more than it already has, but it seems like a conversation with both the initial proposer and Michael might make some sense here.
Yeah, I talked to Michael and I heard capital improvements. I should have gotten the account number, but I thought that was, I should have looked into it more, but I thought that was just gonna be cut and dry. So yeah, some more conversation.
Should we table it next week?
Yeah.
And you'll have the conversation with both?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about frequently, but yeah.
Sussman.
Motion to refer AS internal control modernization proposal to next week's Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to refer AS internal controls modernization proposal to next week's Senate meeting. Is there a second? Wayne?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Bless you. Perfect timing. Wait, the questions we call, your judge call the question?
Consent.
Any objection to consent? So you know, motion passes 4-1. Close the window, the door. Ally?
Huh?
Should I close the door?
No, it's okay.
Okay, nothing in consent calendar, does? Okay, let's go to action items. There's been a resolution introduced, a constitutional amendments to democratize the boards, commissions and units. Proposal process has been discharged out of advocacy committee with no amendments. The chair of advocacy, want to speak about this?
Yeah, if I may, real quick. It's very cut and dry. Yes, shout out Senators Sussman and Wang for bringing this to us. We didn't, I mean, it's very well formatted already, so we didn't really find any substantive things to change about it. That's kind of it. I think this is a great idea, and I would suggest that my fellow senators vote for this. I think it's important that we bring this improved process forward. So that's all I have for that. But
Thank
yeah,
you, sir.
shout out Sussman.
Yeah, what are we in?
We're in action items. It's the first item.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Ono, for speaking from a live war zone by the sound of the mic. Yeah, you can discuss this all you want, just to echo what the Attorney General reminded us of. Things to propose constitutional amendments, resolutions to propose constitutional amendments have to pass by 2/3. Lucan.
I apologize for my ignorance, but oh my, I yield.
You always get us curious about what it is.
Do authors speak on this or not?
Oh, sure, yeah, you can.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to read, but apparently there's a name before Sussman, but sure. So basically, I think it's a pretty short bill, and I believe everybody have already read it. The only reason why I don't talk about it is I received a really funny screenshot over the weekend on an account called Make USSB Sexy Again. And they particularly referred to this bill and said that the intention of the bill is to block access to AS, which I want to comment on it because it's literally the opposite what we're doing right here. In terms of what we want to do at the end of the day is actually student representation and make sure student fee actually get spent back to student body and institutionalize as much BCU as we want. Does actually the counter of it, the opposite of it, by increasing administrative fee and a waste of just internal bureaucratic costs. And so that's the reason why we want to put a cap on adding to BCU, which does not negate any kinds of funding that RCO can receive from the associate student. And most of the time they probably actually this probably helped them to receive more funding from the associate students. So yeah.
Seems like we as an institution have to do a better job of explaining what things do. Lee?
Can I ask why it's 1,000 and 2,000 signatures? like that number specifically?
Sorry, Sussman, you had the. You are the second.
You can,
Oh, okay. So you may recall that I was doing like a little calculation. I remember the number, forget the numbers. But basically they both either is 4% of the general student body that's enrolled in undergrads and 9% of the student body for like enrolled right now. And personally, I just think that is a fair amount of representation required for any kind of institutionalized organization to exist in the association that requires that amount of administration cost that for them to go and support the student body, that like amount of student body that they get support for.
Yeah, keep in mind, 2,000 is also very minimal in the grand scheme of things. It's simply to show backing and support for these organizations that want to take on student fees, to take on the fees that every single student pays, and to show that there is a system-wide and campus-wide support. That's half of what we had to get elected. So it is very feasible at the end of the day to achieve 2,000 votes or 2,000 signatures if your service or your BCU that you're proposing is genuinely proposing services that will be returned to students. I think that the bigger thing here is that this bill will prevent political pressures on the Senates and future Senates. That's all too often been a reoccurrence here on the Senate floor, where BCUs, for instance, Henry and his goons will come to the Senate and propose to become a BCU, and if they request that you don't vote against them, then they'll say some hard things about you on Yik Yak or so on. I apologize for the terrible metaphor, but that's the general idea, is that it shows that there's genuine support and that the Senate has reason to vote for these BCUs to take on student fees that are so valuable, as we've been discussing. Again, I really apologize for the informality of that metaphor, but I really hope that you vote yes. And again, this doesn't mean that this will be accepted. The student body has to first vote yes on this as well, which would require some information and proper education on what this bill does, as we saw this past weekend. People don't fully read the bill themselves.
It happens, man. By the way, this is all in the whereas clauses, but I just want to say that there is precedent for having to meet a certain amount for, I think it's for, what do they call recalls, a certain percentage of what the presidential election required. And I think the thought behind this is that it gives something a little bit more standard than something which can fluctuates that much in our elections, either 20% or 22%, but theoretically fluctuates quite a lot, whereas this gives something pretty standard to base yourself off of. It's just a fairness issue. Still in discussion. Really?
Could you remind me how much, like, how many signatures like student services has to get to further reaffirmations? 3,000?
I think it was 3,000.
Okay. I just wanted to reference
35?
for numbers.
Like 3,500, right?
35.
It's significantly, it's like,
I think it differed.
this is less,
It differed for
mine is less than that.
different fees. Like another REEF was different than the Safe Student Services Act.
Yeah, I guess this would be analogous to the REEF, because this would be for introducing new things. So I don't know how many of those required. 2,500?
I can ask my roommate. How many signatures the REEF signature or the REEF petition required?
3,000, I'm pretty sure.
We can still require the same amount as Safe Student Services require.
Really?
So the DC ones were unified. For us, we require for like petitions, 50% of however many people voted for the president in the past election. So in like right now, that would be 1,500. Because we lost election.
Motion to adopt a resolution to introduce a constitutional amendment to democratize the boards, commissions, and units proposal process.
There's been a motion to adopt a resolution to introduce a constitutional amendment to democratize the boards, commissions, and units proposal process. Is there a second? Lucan?
Second.
There's been a second, now discussion, Giusimonian. Question has been called, any difficult questions? By consent. Leave vote. Quickly, motion 3, please. Turn to the raise hand if you're present, please vote.
Yeah, I voted on the tracker.
Ray Johnson, Ray Johnson.
Wait,
Sorry,
are you talking about me? Sorry, like I don't know if you guys are saying my name correctly, so I'm just like
Wait, what happened?
She said she just assumed that you guys say her name incorrectly, so she just responds.
Do you want to like tell us how to pronounce your name? This might be. You also don't have to.
last name. I think it's easier if you guys just go by my first name.
That's not.
I mean, whatever you prefer.
It's Ola.
Okay, but I think you've both submitted your votes now?
Yeah, I voted.
Okay, 1500.
Point of information or point of order, Senator Wydell is present, but put her vote as abstention if she's not in the room right now.
Right, yeah.
Did she take a peek? I believe so. She's not in the room right now.
Okay, amongst those present, it's unanimous. Motion passes. Whoever wrote this must be really happy.
I bet.
Cool. So we move into a bill to add a position to the IVTU legal code, from liaison. So if Vice Chair wants to speak on that.
I mean, the author of the bill is also in our committee, so she can probably speak more on like any change, but we didn't really make any besides the financial language at the top. And I believe that's pretty much it. Just to reflect how much money the position is gonna cost, which is just 1,200. And I believe they have it allocated into their budget already, so yeah, I yield.
Chilling?
Yep.
You guys just added the fiscal impact and all that?
That was it.
Okay. Nice.
Just a comment, I would like this to probably go back to committee. Just because I mentioned last time that the rent support program, I'm not sure Michaela attended the liaison committee meeting, but we're shifting to FCRT. And in the motion language of this bill, it still says EOP. So if that could be fixed either on the Senate floor but I prefer this bill to be, since it is in referral to this program, for the program to be passed first before this gets passed.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. I think because it matters to how much honorarium someone is eligible for, which week they're appointed, and that's the whole point. I think it would only be fair to the relevant entity and whoever they mean to hire for this and get this done now. It doesn't seem to be that complicated to change. So I'd welcome opening the bill and making that very quickly. It seems like it's only one mention of EOB.
Yes.
Always,
Motion to open up a bill to add a position to the IVTU legal code.
there's been a motion to open up a bill to add a position to the IVT legal code. Is there a second? We can do somewhat quickly, Senator White.
Second.
Just like we're on discussion. Dan?
Call the question.
Questions called, just call question.
Exactly.
Anything like that? Seeing none, motion passes. Malhese.
Motion to replace EOP with FCRT under Section P, Clause F, Part 1.
Would you mind having it be the whole name and then abbreviated at the end?
Yes, fine. I motion to amend my motion to,
Within the initial motion, you're fine.
okay. It's, Financial Crisis Response Team, comma, apostrophe,
Sure.
Whatever that parentheses, FCRT close parentheses.
So that was under section E duties administrative director or section F, subclause 1. Okay.
That's
Joan, should I add the legal part or? Sure.
Okay.
You guys. Section P.
Section P.
Are you okay?
Sorry, I don't sleep.
Hey, why is it doing this?
I don't know.
Is it clause point, whatever?
What's going on?
Okay. Mohis, does this reflect what you want to say?
Yes, that's perfect.
Section 1. It's section P duties of the administrative.
Okay, Mohis, if you can read out this new thing, just so we have it, or that'd be good.
Whatever you guys just wrote in purple, it's good.
The whole thing, yeah.
The motion.
Oh.
Only.
Yeah, that's good.
I think so.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, there's been a motion to amend a bill to add a position to the IBT legal code to replace EOP with financial crisis response team FCRT under section P duties of the administrative directive clause F.1. Is there a second, Dan?
Second.
There's been a second without discussion, Lee.
Call question.
Questions, comments, call the question?
Consent.
Consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Dan,
Motion to close a bill to add a position to the IBTU legal code.
there's been a motion to close a bill to add a position to the IBT legal code. Is there a second? Wait,
Second.
there's been a second without discussion, Lee.
Call question.
Questions, call the question? Can you bring like consent? Being none, motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to allocate 26,300. What?
Even though.
Oh.
Consent.
Everything. Sorry, guys.
And that's just embarrassing. Lee,
Motion to adopt a bill to add a position to the IBTU legal code.
and looking to adopt a bill to add a position to IBT legal code. Is there a second? Dan.
Second.
Is there a second one? What else, discussion, Wayne?
Call the question.
Is it called the question? Any particular consent? Okay, you vote. It is legislation. Motion for. Motion 04. Please, next like 30 seconds, include the people on Zoom. Hepburn, Harder. Sundarejan, we still don't have votes from you. Sorry?
Motion for, is it gonna get added or just purely verbal?
What do you
On the
mean?
Google sheet.
A language to be added, or is that?
Oh, sure.
Oh, onto the spreadsheet.
Okay, I can add that. On there now. Is that everyone?
Yeah.
Cool, so we have 1402 motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to allocate $26,300 from Senate unallocated to the Office of the President for their presidential funding request.
It's been motion to allocate $26,300 from Senate allocated to the Office of the President for the presidential funding request done. Then.
Second.
One other discussion. To be clear, this is the thing Leanne presented on.
It's 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, and then came back last week.
I don't remember. Oh.
I thought it was 15K.
I think it was 50 originally, wasn't it?
15.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I caught it as 50 originally. Okay, what's happening?
Like, I concur with the question. Like, I think the number is not.
Number's wrong.
As I check this slide.
What's your source for that?
Yes.
No, the total on the presentation is 27K.
Because we updated.
Requesting from Senate 50K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the last week's slide. It's where she had that.
Motion to revise the previous motion. Striking 26,300 and adding 15,000.
There's been a motion to revise the previous motion, striking $26,300 and adding $15,000.
Yes.
Is there a second, Luke?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now discussion. Yeah.
Call the question.
Questions we call, just call question. Leave vote because it's finances and finances really matter.
This is
It's not.
This is a subsidiary motion.
On trip,
Okay,
it's passed, it's passed, it's passed.
point of order. I think we did get it wrong. The previous one is probably right. I was trying to find it. They. Sure.
Okay, so where's the 26 coming from? Where's the 15 coming from?
The 15 is for the project, the 11,000 is for the honoraria.
Pepper.
It says general funding request, total amount is 26K, requested from Senate 15K. Since we are Senate, I think we should only fund 15K.
This guy's literate.
Don't speak to anything like that, jokingly or otherwise. Please, send out a warning. Lucan?
Also, I think we should pass the 15K now. If the president needs more money, again, she wants it upfront so that she can do so she has a discretionary budget. But I think it's still financially smart to pass 15K now, and we can always pass more funding later. Like, this doesn't preclude us from passing 26,000 eventually. So I say we pass this now, and then I would like to see the president come and present to us more too. So if she comes back and asks for more, we can hear about what she's doing and we can pass more money.
That is an option, but to be fair and out of respect for that position and its holders' contributions, she has presented twice, has asked repeatedly. I think it would, and you can obviously still choose at the end of the day to only fund a portion of it or fuck nothing at all. Pardon me. But I think it would only be right for us to move to some other items for now while someone at least tries to check with her what the requested amount is, and then we can come back to it. Would that be okay? Did you take that? You're welcome to take a point of pressure college. Are we?
We just changed. Emotion stuff.
We're still in the middle of motion, yeah. If someone would wanna, if the first and second on that would wanna.
First is that's for.
Point of order. The chair can't direct us what to do. We're in the motion. I think we should continue in the motion.
Yeah, of course you can, yeah.
Yeah.
I am suggesting something, yes, so you can consult with the president. Seems more than reasonable to me, but you can do whatever you want. John?
Can I provide some information? Because I was the one who meet with president to her budget.
Sure.
So when she said the general request for $15,000, that was for the project only. The original request were $32,000 for project only, and 11,000 was always for the honoraria. So what we did is basically cut the half of the project funding, and that will be $50,000 plus $11,000 for the honorarium. So that's $26,300.
Right, first one. It is. It's 26,000, yes.
Boy.
And sorry about that.
Floor is yours. I called on you.
Same line.
No, Lucan. Hepburn.
Call the question.
Question has been called for the 15,000. Question has been called. Is there any objection? Call the question.
Objection? Are we not passing 26,300 and not 15,000?
So this would pass 15,000.
Yeah, so
So
That's my
you sustain,
objection.
you sustain your objection? Well, you have to state objections. It can't be a question.
oh, that was my objection. I think we should, if we are, the president is asking for $26,300, the 15,000 is for just projects, but she's also requesting 11,300 for on. So if we are passing funding, I'm sure she would like the full amount.
Okay, do you rescind your call the question?
Can I speak first or can I only say yes or no?
Absolutely.
We just do another time.
It's an objection.
You can speak if you sustain it, you can both speak and then we go into a vote to vote whether to proceed or not. But I don't think before.
No, we'll just go back into discussion, then we can talk about this.
Yeah, if you rescind, you go back to discussion.
I'll rescind.
Okay, we're back in discussion, Hepburn.
I struggle to imagine why it would make a tangible difference between the 15 and 26 of 1 week. If we are wrong and it is 26, then we just give the extra 11 next week. But if we are wrong about 26 and give an extra, she's not gonna wanna give it back, or it's bad to take away unnecessarily. And it just says right on requesting from Senate : 15K.
Sussman.
I just got off the phone with her. It's 26,300.
That's all we need to know. Go ahead.
So I would say just either amend this motion again to read the original or pass the 15K and then pass 11,300 right after.
So Lucan.
I'm a little scared and worried that the discussion in like among the body right now is assuming or kind of just, it's a given that because the president requested this money, that we should give the money. The debate has only been about like, how much did she request? And it's assumed that we're going to pass that money. I think that is financially irresponsible for any entity to come and automatically grant them that funding. I know that Senator Jung had discussions with the president and that the amount was cut down. Regardless, that is excellent work and I really appreciate that. Regardless, we should discuss, go through the projects and talk about it. And I personally have concerns that we are passing all this funding right now. And I think we should pass less because I want to give the president some money to operate. I do not think we should give 26,000 at this moment in time. And I would be in favor of passing less funding like 15K right now, regardless of what she requested.
Oh, I just want to provide some extra information in terms of, I think I respect the attitude within like financial motion, we should be cautious and everything. But I would really appreciate to know like which ones that you have problem with, because I did go through line by line with the president, with the project that she was planning to do. And I did try to like, find alternative source of funding for most of the projects that I think have problem with. And I would like to know, like, do you have any specific, because she also presented twice during the Senate, so.
How many turns Lucan?
I move to suspend this debate limit, the debate speaking limits for the duration of discussion on this motion.
There's been much to suspend the debate limits for the duration of the discussion on this motion. Is there a second, Hepburn?
Second.
There's been a second, no discussion. Harder. Questions are called, just call the question.
Objection.
Joe was first.
You're first. I don't see the point. I think I just need to know what's his opinion on the line items. I don't think we need to exceed 2 times per person. It's gonna take 2.
We're being real Senate right now. I wasn't even enforcing. Just
Yeah.
through this. We all have things to do.
Yeah, just please.
Do you sustain your objection? Huh?
I resign.
Okay, you sustain the objection.
I rescind my objection.
Okay, motion passes. Has it been recorded?
Yeah, it's not that I have an issue with any of the projects, but I'm sure they would all be great projects. And I think that, yeah, I don't know what that is yet. I think that the president has done a great job at putting on projects. I'm speaking purely from a financial responsibility perspective. 26,000 is a significant portion of Senate unallocated. And there are other entities in this association, many of which we have discussed and talked about tonight, who the president could also go to for funding to find alternative sources of funding. So I think it's a good gesture to give the president a sum of money and to support the president, but I do not think it's responsible use of the Associated Students funds to just pass this without reservations.
Sussman.
I think when we talk about using student fees, this is an initiative that directly goes back to the students. Whether it be Earth Month or, the transfer student initiatives that this office is planning. I think this is a great use of student fees to bring it back directly to the students that are paying them. I think regardless this funding is going to pass, I don't see why we wouldn't. This has been in communication with us since the beginning of this quarter. And I think it's the wrong choice is not to pass this funding in whole. I don't see why it's that controversial. I understand trust me, I understand the argument of fiscal responsibility more than anyone else. But I think funding, projects which directly return to the student body from the president's office is a smart logistical move to make.
Always.
I have similar sentiments to a few of the people that spoke on, just like a little bit from here and there. But one, this went through Senator Jung, Finance Committee Chair, Jung, and everything in here is per financial policies. And we give a lot of RCOs a lot more money for events that don't contribute as much to the student body and aren't as open and accessible to the student body as a lot of this is. I do agree with some of Lucan's sentiments that perhaps a lot of these events are not reaching out to as much of the student body as they possibly can. For example, events that need space reservations, is that space really being up to the capacity of how much people can fit in that room? That is a good thing to consider, but I think overall, it's a great idea to pass at least a certain amount of money. If we do want to take the route of splitting the amount to a smaller amount, I think we can do it by projects that are closer to the date, especially since we don't want to pass money towards projects that eventually end up failing because they're too far in the future and things haven't been decided for. So just some food for thought.
Senator Ono.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Just briefly, does anyone know the live number for AS unallocated, like the funds remaining? Just out of curiosity, would someone figure that out? Thanks.
Some like mid-60s, I believe.
Percent unallocated or undesignated?
Undesignated is much more than that. And of course you can replenish, but you're currently at 60 something. Lucan.
So I want to speak specifically to Senator Sussman's points. I completely agree with you that these will be, and that the projects the president's put on are returning the funds to the student body. I have no issue with the projects themselves. The two that you mentioned, Earth Day and Transfer Student Alliance, there is an Environmental Affairs Board and Environmental Justice Alliance, and there's a Transfer Student Alliance that have funds that could go to these projects. So I want to not toss money at things that could have creative solutions. And maybe she has worked with these entities. She didn't speak to that in her presentation. I would like to pass less funding. Yeah, you guys know my stance, but to your points.
Nicola.
Yeah, also not even just the financial aspect of it. I think President Metzger has a lot of great ideas. And honestly, it would be super awesome for her to work with BCUs and to collaborate with them using their budgets, or even if the BCU don't have the budget, they should come to us for funding. So that way, we can pass down these knowledge for the next year as well. So that's why I'm just feeling a little confused why the AS president has to do this all within her office instead of, I feel like her job is to unite AS and she should be working with BCUs and teaching BCUs how to come to Senate for funding, how to plan events and how to like make it their own thing. So that way, like we'll be using student fees more efficiently because there'll be more power in the future as well.
Loving the spirited debate. 39 minutes left. Carter.
Yeah, I actually agree very much with Manitoba's sentiments. I know that the president speaks to a lot of us outside of the Senate floor, and so, not including me, by the way, we're just saying. So a lot of us have.
Let's not get to.
Just saying, the fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is that a lot of us have an idea of what the president's doing. But the other fact of the matter is that that has not been presented to us in a very formal, succinct, or dedicated way at the Senate. We've gotten project updates, but projects are not within the president's, that's not what the president of the association is supposed to be doing. That's not what the legal code says. I think it's great that the president wants to do that, but I think that that needs to be done after all of the legal code responsibilities are met. It's just simply priorities. And so my angle for this is that we shouldn't be enabling the president to essentially misprioritize. If the president can prove to us succinctly, which I'm sure she can, that she is achieving all of the tenets that the legal code has required of her, then then I'd be happy to fund this. But I don't think that the last time that she presented, in my opinion, and I'll say this to her, and I have said this to her, was succinct enough. It didn't give a very in-depth descriptive, it wasn't very in-depth or descriptive of what she's been doing in her position, especially pertaining to her role specifically as it's outlined in the legal code.
Sussman.
Call the question.
The question has been called. Did you judge call the question? Yes.
Should I talk about this?
Sure.
I consent.
Consent.
Consent. Okay.
Well, fuck yeah. Is there unanimous consent?
Consent.
I actually consent.
Senator Sussman have to rescind his call to question, since we're not in a discussion.
I think it's inappropriate to talk about this as a JC member, but I've been in the association for a few years. We've all seen the rollover numbers. We've all seen how high it is. The president has dedicated herself and her office to returning student fees to the student body. And by doing this, she's setting an example to all of the BCUs about how to spend your funding, how to return funding to the student body. And I think that's incredibly valuable and incredibly relevant to the role of the president within the association. And I just really don't want you to overlook this and say that the president hasn't been completing her duties, because she has. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Sorry, John.
Motion to strike, motion to revise the previous motion striking to $26,300 and adding $15,000.
Have you guys seen Inception? This is. Motion to strike.
Motion to revise the previous motion striking $26,300 and adding $15,000.
Motion to strike. The motion to.
Motion to strike, motion to revise the previous motion striking $26,000 and adding $15,000. Is there a second? Sussman.
Second.
It's been a second, no discussion, Lee.
Okay.
Question called, question.
Sorry.
Any objection like consent? Say your objection, please.
I don't think we should pass. I think we should keep the motion as it was.
Okay. Who called the question? Do you rescind your call to the question? You do not. Okay. You've presented your case?
Yeah.
I believe. Do you want to present any case, or do you think that suffices what's been on the floor?
I did want to address something Senator Manikova said because I.
No,
Oh, no?
it's just
Okay.
really like, we're very specifically on this. Is there anything you want to state about?
Why we should keep the 26,300 instead?
What's the point of order?
I didn't object to the call to question. I just objected to the consent, so that there should be a hand vote or a vote.
Yes, that's what I'm getting to. So before you don't have anything? Okay, so we're in a hand or we can do the spreadsheet. This is a vote to vote. So if a majority is yes, we vote on the actual item, which would be, oh my God, which would be essentially getting rid of the change from 26 to 15. Are we clear? So if you vote yes, then we go into that. If you vote no, we stay with the 15,000. So if you can please go to motion 5, is it?
If you vote no, then the motion stays as 15,000. If you vote yes, then you're voting on the motion to return to 26,300.
Not necessarily, just to strike the 15.
This isn't passing the motion, it's just the wording of the motion.
Okay, can we get our votes in, please?
What's the motion language? You clarified again? So I'm sorry, can you clarify again, just?
If you vote yes, then you are voting to return to the 26,300 in the language.
Okay.
If you vote no, then you are keeping it as 15,000 for the motion language.
Okay, thank you. And what motion is this on the tracker?
5.
And you can see the language at the top.
You have to.
That's even.
Yeah.
Thank God that one.
This isn't.
Yeah, motion passes.
Wow.
So the hand vote passes, now we move into the actual thing of
The
whether.
vote now is to vote on $26,300 to the president's office.
No, that's not what it is. It's to strike the change from 26 to 15. So that's all it is. It locally just gets rid of, I don't know, it gets rid of that. Yeah, and then you have to go back to the main thing. These have all been subsidiaries. So that's on 6? Suman? Yes, so now we're in the actual thing, on motion 6. Yeah, then what's the motion? That's what this whole thing is, when Lee called the question. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've copy pasted the motion language on motion 6, so it's the actual thing now. That was a hand vote, the vote to vote. This is the actual thing.
Point of information. Can you clarify what that does? Because I actually can't wrap my head around it.
If you vote yes on this, it will get rid of, as the motion language says up here, it will strike the previous motion, which revised from 26 to 15. It would take us back to the $26,300.
We just voted on this.
Buddy, that was the vote to vote. Brought you here.
So confusing.
You also read Robert's rules, bro. When there's a call to question and an objection, when there's a call to question and an objection, the way to get out of that, if I can please explain. The way to get out of that is a vote to vote. We have completed said vote to vote. Now we're in the actual vote. I know it sounds like gibberish, but that's how it works. Now we're in the actual thing. And there are still many votes.
Sherson as absent
Okay.
and Ono as present. Thank you.
Is Chaudhry present?
Absent.
No, yeah, it was, yeah, that was a miscommunication. Last one was very much about Scott. Oh no, okay.
You voted?
Is Gio's thing on?
Did you vote, bro?
I'm about to, I was talking to Sean.
Okay.
Motion 5?
6.
Senator John?
No, it's.
Okay, Senator Hart, if you can get your vote in and Senator Rajon as well.
Yeah, it's in.
Okay, we're at 8-6-2, motion passes. So it passes because it's not a financial motion, it only strikes the thing. So the financial motion has to pass by. So we're now in discussion on the original thing. Now it's just the thing we began with approximately a century ago. Motion to allocate $26,300 percent allocated. So to the office of the president for the presidential funding request. We're in discussion on that. Lee.
Quickly to address what Commissioner said, just because I think it's important, but wait, now I lost my train of thought. President Metzger did mention that, you know what? I rescind my discussion. Continued.
Are you sure?
Yeah, lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
Call question.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question?
I
Your objection.
do not support the extra 11,000 being sent out. Responsible Senate to set the financial initiatives of this association.
Who called the question?
I did.
Do you rescind your call the question?
Sure.
With all due respect, we have $13 million in reserves. Can we use some of that on the student body? I don't mean to be rash or irrational or emotional. We have so much money that is going unspent and the president wants to use it on the student body. So I say we end this conversation, get out of here so I can sleep and study for my midterm. Sorry, I'm very tired. But let's use this money that the student body is demanding that we use because they are calling for our abdication and dissolution as an association because we're not using that money. And this is a real thing. The Nexus reported on it. Students genuinely think that this association is not spending its money, and this is a reason why. Sorry to yell, I'm sorry to be emotional about this, but this is the reality, and I think we can use our money in a good place for the student body to benefit from it. Thank you, I yield.
I remember my thought. Okay. I remember when President Metzger came in and presented the first time, the reason she's asking for these events, which you could say a lot of BCUs do, is because BCUs are directly going to the president's office and asking to collaborate. And that's strengthening our association's internal affairs because they're working alongside other entities, specifically the president's office, asking the president's office for money. And the president can't give that money if she doesn't have any. So this is strengthening our connection between Senate, President's office, and our BCUs if we are approving these funds, which Senator Zhang has thoroughly gone through this budget with the president to reduce this amount from $32,000 to $15,000. And as Senator Sessom is saying, this is all going back to the students, and that's what the Senate's money should be doing. Thank you.
So I'm not saying we shouldn't spend this money. I'm just saying that president should collaborate with the BCUs. And I do remember President Lian or Metzger talking about that. And like, no offense, but like she mentioned a lot of BCUs like COSWEB, which she was the chair of. So I mean, it makes sense why they would go to them. I'm just asking, like, some of these events that she's hosting is literally like Transfer Alliance Center. Sorry, I don't know the names. And then public mental health commission. Like all these BCUs haven't really been active at all, and I'm just wanting Leanne to go to them first and then come to us for money. So that's why I'm in support of Senator Lucan's 1,500 first, because it doesn't really hurt. We could give her the money next week. Like, I just want to kind of talk to her about that a little bit more, about collaborating with the BCUs. That's all. I'm not saying we shouldn't give her the money. Just,
Please.
oh, I'm just saying, like, we can just give it to her next week. It's not that deep, right?
Sure. I appreciate your thought. We just want to keep it away from, I know our standing rules say don't speak to the intentions of senators, but I think that should apply more broadly. You know, when we get to things like where people have worked previously, that gets odd. So if we can stray away from the personal as much as possible, I'd much appreciate that. Sorry, John.
Okay, I'll make a comment before I call the question. But my comment is basically, I think as senators, we often forget that we are the one who approve the money, but they're the one who are actually planning out the activities. I'm not saying that approving part is the easy part, but comparatively, I think we should appreciate more of people who putting effort to actually use a student money fee to actually organize those events. Because I organize events, they're not easy to organize. Collaboration is not easy, it's not just a word. Communication is not just a word as well. I'm just saying, President Metzger have proved that her capability of organizing events for the past of her like 3 years or however years she's in association. And she's a good event planner. And I trust her based on her record. I've been to her event. I think they're great. And they actually care about student community. I'm just saying, we're not spending the money. I concur with the sentiment of Senator Sussman. Like we sit on so much money and we're not even like willing to allow people who want to use the money to use the money. And I'm going to call a question on that's all.
I completely agree with everything that Senator Jung and Senator Sussman said.
I called the question.
No, you
Oh,
can't
yeah.
do that while speaking.
What Senator Manikova said is still valid, and the point of financial responsibility isn't superseded by the necessity, which I agree with, of this association to spend down the money we have. So if there's a proposal to take money out of reserves and spend it on something, I will agree with it. If there's a proposal like with a budgeted breakdown of these events and we want to do it, I agree with it. Let's give the president some money now, and we can give her more money later when we have more discussion on it. I think it's everything you guys have said is completely right. And all the points that we've made against it, I think are still completely valid.
Well, he's.
The president has been here twice presenting the same thing. If any senator wanted to learn more about her breakdown, they could have reached out to her. That's the job of senators, is to reach out to the people that are discussing in public forum. It's unfair that we listen to public forum, and just because they aren't here again to frickin' answer our questions, doesn't mean we can just say like, oh, yeah, because they're not here right now. And even though they presented before, but I wasn't paying attention and I wanted to see a more detailed thing, to ask for it way later. Senator Jung reached out to president and worked with this, broke every single detail down, knows exactly what's happening. If you were interested, you could have also reached out to the president. She has sent her budget. It's been probably here for like over a few weeks. You could have just gone and seen it. You could have gone and discussed it if you were interested to. So.
I recommend going into a vote to avoid the cycle of calling, just give each other the courtesy of figuring out what the majority wants, in my view. Senator Joe.
Call a question.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to call the question? Any objection to that consent? You see your objection?
Yeah, it's a financial motion we vote. I rescind my objection.
Objection. Okay. Is this motion 7?
Yeah.
Motion 7. Thanks. Okay, I will post the language.
Just absent.
Like,
So when it says absent in a single, I have explained this, on a single sheet, it's just that you weren't there for that moment. It doesn't count for your honor. Don't worry about it. It's just like you weren't there presently, so we don't.
Wait, but point of information, I was present for motion 1, or like I was pushing for 2 and 3 when I was here, but all of a sudden when I hit motion 4, I started being like absent. Like I don't understand.
Could I clarify?
Okay.
Wait, what? You just weren't there for those motions.
No, it's not deep. It's not deep at all.
Could I just clarify? It's because I think when they make the sheet, they just copy and paste from the very first few, and then that's why the sheet's just duplicated, and then it's not updated.
So
Does that
like
make
there are some where you're marked absent, but you've actually voted and you're not absent? Is that what you mean?
No, it's not deep, it's not deep.
I have posted the motion language on 7. What's up, Simon?
Yeah, I have to adjust this manually, so it's not that automatically, I'm like, doesn't matter, so.
We appreciate your work, man. Thank you very much. Okay, on motion 7, please get your votes in. Senators Ono, Olaitan, Shirkin.
Yeah.
And also it says a percentage of yeses to nos. Abstentions do not count when you, well, in general, but especially when you're looking at percentages. Are those all the votes in? That's all the votes in?
16, yes.
Okay, so it's 9 as a proportion of 14.
The percentage is on the right.
64%. Yeah, 64%. You said so, yes.
That's everyone's voted, right? Okay, so it's 9-5-2, motion fails. Can you put the number down, Simon, please? Logan.
I motion to allocate $15,000 from Senate and allocate it to the Office of the President for their presidential funding request.
The motion to allocate $15,000 from Senate allocated to the Office of the President for the presidential funding request. Is your second, Chief Suwanian?
Second.
For a second, now in discussion. Hepburn.
On a question.
Question has been called. Do you object to call the question?
Consent.
Any objection to consent? We move into a spreadsheet votes. Next motion, whatever that is. Can you announce the number of the motion every time we listen to us?
Move to motion 8, please.
Olaitan, oh no. Sundaradian. Is that all? It's mine.
Order.
Yeah, I believe I voted.
On what? Hey, it's only harder.
My mistake. Oh, I thought I voted. Downsides of the iPad.
Do you want to just tell me what it is?
No, I
Oh, you
did
got
it
it.
just now, yeah, I just have to click the check mark apparently. Yeah.
Okay, we're at 13:03, motion passes.
I move to allocate $2,400 from Senate unallocated to Senate Outreach Committee for honoraria. 2001.
There's been a motion to allocate $2,400 from the Senate and allocated committee to the outreach committee for honoraria. Is it a second? Pepper.
Second.
It's been a second, we're now in discussion.
Code question.
Yeah, we usually don't even vote on funding requests the same week. Just
I've requested this 2 weeks.
plowing right through this, okay, cool. The question has been called, as Judge call the question.
Objection. By the precedent.
Objection. State your objection.
By the precedent of the previous logic of these past motions, I'd like to see spreadsheets and a dedicated allotment for where this money is going for each person.
Do you rescind your call the question?
No.
You rescind your objection?
No.
Vote to vote time.
So.
My spreadsheet is really.
I love legislatures, I'm at all. Okay, motion 9. Votes in. Vote to vote means we vote on the actual thing. Rather, yes means we vote on the actual thing. No means we go back to the discussion.
Yes.
Suspends from Durajon. Wayne. Mr. Wayne, have you had a chance to?
Yeah.
Okay, it seems like 11:05, the hand vote passes, so we move into the actual thing. Will you vote on motion itself? On motion 10, please.
Completely different.
It's completely sense.
What's going on?
Nothing. Not what is it?
Okay, can we please get our votes in on motion 10?
Can I briefly ask a question? Or is this money just being allocated to staff, or is this also the senators in question? Or like can that just be briefly clarified?
Usually no speaking in hand votes, but briefly.
Yes, just for our staff, because all of our funding was allocated to events and projects that are going to directly benefit the student body. Also, I just shared a spreadsheet with Senate leadership detailing the honoraria request. It's 300 for each member of our members at large, plus our 1 secretary. So 7 + 1, 800 times 3 is 2,400.
Are the votes in?
Oh, I thought they were asking for 24,000.
Oh.
Dude, tell me what is happening? We now in the middle of the motion. We're in the middle of the vote. Can we finish that, please? Senator Pan,
Sorry.
Wang. Wait, some bring it out. Okay, 745 motion.
7-4. So 7 out of 11.
Yeah, you're right. 754. But motion fails. It says 63%. Whereas the required is 2,000.
66%.
6 out of 1. Okay. Please.
Guys, I have a feeling that this motion just failed because of just pettiness from the Senate, because of what just happened with the prior motions.
The definition of speaking to senator's intent.
Okay, I rescind. I rescind my.
Free to speak, but
I apologize, but this is just a simple request for honoraria. Like, people on the committee are doing their job. There's nothing illegal with this, and they reallocated their former honoraria into the projects category, which got used up, which is just, another way of doing things. They just requesting the honoraria back. There's no reason why this should fail. It's very simple. It's the people in outreach committee are always present and active. And they just hired new people, and they are always making sure that, they have staff that are doing their job. So, and outreach committee is active, they meet all the time, I don't know why this should fail.
I don't want to explain. The reason why I voted no is because I didn't get the information at the time we were voting, but prior to the voting, and the second of all, well, if the president can't wait, they can also wait, so.
okay, that motion has been voted on. 8 minutes left, pardon me. Several items left.
Motion to amend the honoraria process for the 2025-2026 academic year to reflect that winter honoraria will also utilize the Office of Senate Leadership's Administered Appointments Tracker, and that the Canvas course training module will begin with spring quarter honoraria per relevant staff request.
There's been a motion to amend the honorarium process 2025-26 academic year to reflect that winter honorarium will also utilize the Office of Senate Leadership Administered Appointments Tracker, and that the Canvas course training model will begin with spring quarter honoraria per relevant staff request. Is there a second? In a second, now discussion. You want to give some background?
Sure. Essentially, we're going to be utilizing the appointments tracker, which I've been working on all week, and the Canvas course element, which was in an enacting clause at the end of the honoraria bill, is going to be implemented in spring quarter rather than winter quarter, because staff still needs some time to finalize it, which I'm sure you have all been receiving notifications on your phone. So that'll begin next quarter. That's what this motion is.
Okay, we're in discussion. Please.
Is the Canvas course required to be completed for people to get their spring quarter honorarium?
It would start that.
In future years, it'll be in fall quarter at the beginning of this session, but it's a transition year.
John, question has been called. Did you just call the question?
With that.
You check that consent. Seeing none, motion passes.
Do this one. Motion to amend the funding for the AS Merch project to reflect that it will be launched at a quote unquote meet the executives outreach event to be held in late February rather than the January 22nd basketball game against Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
There's been a motion to amend the funding for the AS Merch project to reflect that it will be launched at a meet the executives outreach event to be held in late February rather than the January 22nd basketball game against Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Is there a second? Please. There's been a second. We're now discussion.
Oh, I'm here. Is there expected to be a similar attendance at the Meet the Executives event as the game, so that the t-shirts will all be distributed in the same way, or is the project changing fundamentally because of this?
Yeah, I can speak to this since I was involved in the planning. The reason it wasn't launched at the basketball game was just because the basketball / athletics people didn't get back to us on time. It was produced on time, delivered on time. We could have very much done it. There's a weird confusion. Of course, you don't expect enough, a similar amount of people to be at a coffee shop than at a major rivalry game. But the t-shirts are 100 total, so they, we expect them to be fully distributed one way or another. And this is arguably a more direct, IV centered outreach mode. And we very much plan to have more merch launches for future basketball games towards the end of the season for some other major games. We're in discussion. Jones, the question has been called. Judge, call the question? Judge by consent. Alright. Would it be okay with folks to not do committee reports with 4 minutes left? Or is there anything uber pressing? Lucan?
Yes, I would, or can I give the brief report?
Because that is really important, just a quick brief report.
Okay, yeah, just have to move into section J, committee reports.
Consent.
Okay, finance,
Yes.
do you have anything?
Yes. Well, if I discuss here, I don't need to discuss any discussion item that I added for the agenda. So there's two situations. One is the one we're talking about, the gray area of allocating fund for BCUs that's not active and not locked in. In this case, we have received a request from Shabbat for their event in late February for around $15,000. And we're thinking if the Senate can approve that funding from Jewish Commission. And the other situation is the situation we are encountering with a unexpected influx of sport team, like funding requests. And they average, like basically is all around $50,000. And to be honest, Finance Committee just cannot bear that amount of like sport team request. And we would like, if possible, the Senate or any kind of leadership to approach the recreation center and figure out their financial situation in terms of like, and I would also want to like hear the opinions of the Senate of like, should we basically fund those sports teams or not? Because they're technically exclusive.
It seems like something people might be interested in pursuing afterwards. Cool, thank you, Chair. Outreach.
Yeah, so the funding request that I just had, I wasn't aware of the change, or I forgot that committee reports were after action items. So I would have explained the funding request there, but we will need 2,400 for honoraria in our account, or somehow, I don't know if it can be done another way for our committee members to get paid. All of whom are doing a really good job. And so, yeah, I'd appreciate if we could facilitate that transfer at some point from somewhere to outreach so that they can get paid.
Liaison?
I'll make quick. I know everybody's tired, but just please, if you could just take time to listen about this, because I have 4 quick points that I think are very critical to the entirety of our discussion. Just 2 quick points that are just more for new updates. One, if you see here, because we're trying to promote not only connections between the BCU and Senate relations, but also just staff and particular Senate relations. Me and Holly worked in particular to create a new thing our committee made, which is a staff resource sheet. This is a pilot program, but going on forward, if it'll have all of the staff advisors and committee times of all the staff meetings, when they're meeting and when to locate them on Zoom or any particular notions, as well as when staff are meeting in their office hours to push with them, or you want to be more accessible and communicate to staff more, you can look onto the sheet. 2, so going forward now, our standing committee times are going to be now on Tuesdays 4 to 6, but now in the mission room, which is next door to the Flying A room. So now we can have in person now in the Houston room, which is a really big opportunity to connect to my 2 particular points that because of what's happening right now, they're always constantly communicating about just BCUs and lock-in fees and all these huger discussions in particular. The reason why I want to have a bigger space, bigger opportunities for advocacy is because I feel like we're having more bigger discussions that require just more of just outreach and more people to come to our meetings and more of this communication to this. And that's why I'm talking about this as well, that like I would also appreciate people could focus on what I'm talking about too, because it's important. But just because of this, I'm asking this because I want the Senate body, if we're talking about this constant communication about like, oh, we need to fix something about this, we need to fix our current systems. This is where our leadership committee is talking about, that this is something our committee sees as a bigger notion that we cannot do alone. And our committee needs more assistance from the senators to come to our meetings and more BC people to come to our meetings because of this. So I'm requesting all of you to start coming to our meetings. Also requesting if you're related to any BCs in particular, make them come to our meetings. Because if they're arguing about their lock-ins, arguing about what they're doing, they should be coming to us if they're worrying about the Senate stuff, which is why I'm giving us a bigger room so we can have their voices heard. And also for the fact that we're trying to make an opportunity because we have quarterly chairs meetings, we don't think that's enough. We should have opportunities to also make it more of like an informal version to our committee. So this is a bigger conversation that I would like either the Senate, the executive committee, people to talk about, because I'm trying to work on programs to help make this more of a sustainable notion that is not just us hitting targets on which BCUs to remove. I want to create actual programs and systems, but I need the Senate body to come to our meetings, communicate to us, and have a bigger, I think, discussion. So come to our meetings on Tuesdays now. They're in a bigger room. Your outreach is important. And please, if you know anyone who's involved in BCUs, let them either get volunteer with us, recruit to be part of our committee, just more input, because this is, I think, important, just coming to Senate podium. So just thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Anything on that? Advocacy?
Yeah, briefly, I've been putting out this fire all week with like this ASIV farmers market funding. It's been it's messy. But we're on the other end of it. It's fine. We're through that. Also, last week we allocated like $3,000 to start the Pardal Tunnel project survey stuff. So that's cool. Yeah, I'll leave you to it. Let's all go to bed.
Lovely. Anything from projects and other temporary committees? No? Okay, we move into minutes and allocations. Would welcome any motions. Sussman.
Motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations.
There has been a motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations. Or a second, Moise? Was there a second? Moise? That was a second?
Yeah.
Okay. We're now discussion, John.
Concord.
Question has been called. Medical question?
Objection. I'm so sorry. I was looking through the minutes, okay, and there are a couple of retreats that have no, there's like there's like 2 retreats that have no like agenda. It's an $170 like funding request, so I'm not sure if we wanna, waste time. I feel like, okay, what, but yeah, it's just like a board retreat to go to Chili's. That's it.
Is that the EJA one?
That is not the EJA one, that is the COC one.
But there shouldn't be a. Why would they?
Sure, let's please hear what's happening.
I agree, yeah.
It's fine, everyone loses after 11.
Yeah.
So do you rescind your objection to discuss this further?
No,
Or sorry, not no objection. Do you rescind your call to question?
Jenny.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so we're briefly back in discussion. You always have the ability to choose which ones to include and which ones to points.
Well, I don't understand why there needs to be like a budget or like going to Chili's, because you spend the money and then afterwards you submit your receipts. Like you don't know, like you're not expected to pre-order like or pre-know what everyone's like order is. Like you're gonna figure it out when you go there.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some really good conversations with the interim executive director on this, that retreat should be at a business setting with agendas. And there's something that you're learning there besides the number 14 order at the local establishment. So I think that's what Senator Dan is potentially getting to. It's up to you what you want to do with that information. And of course, it's a broader problem than one evening.
My main concern is that we approve these things and then when we go back and reject them because they're not up to date with legal code, the VCUs will argue, which is what we're doing with EJA, which we can discuss at a later time, that we approved it, so why wasn't it okay? So we just really need to be careful about that, because then the blame is partially on us. But I'm impartial to this. If we need to go, we can motion and bundle.
You're able to suggest an amendment if you.
I totally rescind whatever I just said. I've been speaking numbers too much and I know we're talking about budgets.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Just a question, do we wanna just should we open up the meeting minutes, remove that funding, or should we just
everything but that?
Just approve everything but, okay.
That is a possibility, yes.
I have to listen my first, right?
Of course, yeah, you would have to, I mean, that would be the whole point, right, is to follow up with them and be like, was anything followed up here? Or were there any business items on this retreat?
So, sorry, would this be a motion to bundle and approve all meeting minutes except for a motion within committee on committees, January 26th meeting?
So you would amend,
We're still in an objection right now.
no, the call the question was rescinded, we're back in discussion, we have been for ages. Sussman.
Motion to amend the previous motion to state motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations with the exception of the committee on committees meeting minutes.
January 26th.
January 26th.
There's been a motion to amend the previous motion to state motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations except for,
With the exception.
with the exception of,
Committee on committees, the committee on committees, January 26th, 2026 meeting minutes.
with the exception of committee on committees, January 26, 2026 minutes. Is there a second?
26th.
Go.
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Lee, questions be called, just call a question? Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. It's been amended. The thing hasn't passed. So we're now on the motion as it currently reads.
Call the question?
Yes.
Yeah, you absolutely can, yeah. The question has been called. Any objection, call the question?
Consent.
Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. I very much expect you to follow up with the relevant items at the end.
Appointments and resignations.
Okay, we move into appointments and resignations. A lot of these are things that Sussman hasn't. Sussman.
Yeah, I've been working on this with BCUs all week, so. Motion to amend the agenda and add the appointment of Bailey Organ as second president pro tempore senior advisor under the Office of Senate Leadership.
There's been a motion to amend the agenda to add the appointment of Bailey Organ as second president pro tempore senior advisor of the Office of Senate Leadership. Is there a second, John?
Yeah.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Lee?
Oh, sorry, call the question. Sorry.
Completely threw me off. Question has been called. Is there any objection, call the question?
Consent.
Is there any objection, I consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to retroactively approve Elizabeth Mendita as historian, Julie Benson as DSP liaison, and Ava Belinsky as basic needs accessibility coordinator for the Commission on Disability Equity for fall 2025, winter 2026.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve Lisbeth Mendieta as historian, Julian Benson as DSP liaison, Ava Belinsky as basic needs accessibility coordinator for the Commission on Disability Equity for fall 2025 and winter 2026. Is there a second, Jones?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now discussion, John.
Call question.
Motion called, please call the question.
Consent.
Thanks, Seeing none, which passes. It's making sense for fall, winter. Um.
Yes, yes.
DSP, like that's how it's written.
I've been, yes,
Jesus.
I've been doing too much.
Sussman.
Motion to retroactively approve Maria Goncalves Garcia as Community Resident Director, Allison Navarro as SBCC Relations Director, and Amanda Heish as International Student Relations Director for the Isla Vista Tenants Union for fall 2025.
There's a motion to retroactively approve Maria Gonçalves Garcia as Community Resident Director, Allison Navarro as SBCC Relations Director, and Amanda Sia as International Students Relations Director for the Isla Vista Tenants Union for fall 2025. Is there a second, Lee?
Second.
There's been a second discussion. Question call the question?
Consent.
Any like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to retroactively approve the resignation of Kimberly Gomez Diaz as Artistic Director for Ayesas de mi Tierra, effective late July 2025.
Motion to retroactively approve the resignation of Kimberly Gomez Diaz, Artistic Director of Ayesas de mi Tierra, effective late July 2025. Is there a second, Lee?
Second.
There's been a second, we're now in discussion. John?
Call question.
Questions called, just call question. Any like consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to retroactively approve the resignation of Miriam Brown as Education Chair and the appointment of Roland Sue as Education Chair for the Environmental Affairs Board, effective fall quarter 2025.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve the resignation of Miriam Brown as Education Chair and the appointment of Roland Sue as Education Chair for the Environmental Affairs Board, effective fall quarter 2025. Is there a second, Lee? There's been a second, discussion, Lee.
Call question.
Questions called, just call question.
Consent.
Any objection, like consent? Seeing none, motion. Sussman.
Motion to retroactively approve Andrew Lee, Jasmine Reza, Nishi Kananker, and Caitlin Bergevin and Travis Applegate as caseworkers with a term effective as the start of winter quarter 2026, concurrent with the term of Attorney General Pasher.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve Andrew Lee, Jasmine Reza, Nishi Kanlekar, Caitlin Bergevin, and Travis Applegate as caseworkers with a term effective as of the start of winter quarter 2026, concurrent with the term of Attorney General Pasher.
6 now.
Is there a second, Lee?
Second.
There's been a second, discussion. Please, Monia. Questions, we call it a question?
Consent.
Consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to retroactively approve Hannah Weaver as Solicitor General with a term effective as the start of winter quarter 2026, concurrent with the term of Attorney General Pasher.
There's been a motion to retroactively approve Hannah Weaver, Solicitor General, with the term effective as of the start of winter quarter 2026, concurrent with the term of Attorney General Pasher. Second one, discussion, Lee.
Okay.
Questions, just call the question.
Consent.
Any checking like that? Seeing none, motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to bundle and approve all outstanding appointments and resignations.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all outstanding appointments and resignations. Is there a second, John?
Okay.
There's been a second one, no discussion. Wayne,
Call the question.
questions been called, additional question?
Consent.
Any objection like consent? Seeing none. Motion does passeth. Okay, discussion items that was dealt with,
Yeah, but I need to make a motion for the discussion.
make a motion, discussion item?
Yeah, I need to go to action items to make a motion for the discussion items I talked so far.
Do we have any, section H action items?
None.
Any objection like consent? No?
Motion to approve $15,340.64 from Jewish Commission for Shabbat UCSB. I don't know how this. Chabad crawl. In accordance with their mission due to their lack of board members to carry out their mission as a non-lock-in PCU.
You've texted me this, right?
Yes. I text both you and Sussman.
There's been a motion to approve
Start sending this to me. I'm the one taking it.
$15,000, I'm sorry, $15,340.64 from Jewish Commission for Chabad UCSB for the Shabbat Crawl event in accordance with their mission, with their lack of board members to carry out their mission as a non-lock-in BCU. Is there a second? Pardon?
Second.
Is there a second round of discussion? Pepper.
Call the question.
The questions, we call the question?
Consent.
Any objection like consent? Seeing that the motion passes hard.
No.
Track.
Okay, motion. Motion 11, please, in the next 30 seconds, get your votes in, please. Including on Zoom.
I'm abstaining for personal reasons, personal relations to many of the people on this board.
Okay, there are 1,000 voices at once. What's going on? Are we clear on what the vote is? Yeah, if you're involved or somehow participating, benefiting, an abstention would be wise. Is that all votes? Why is there 15 left?
Senator Ono is a present.
Oh, yeah, okay. 1203, motion passes. Carter.
Motion to allocate $10,000 from Senate and allocate it to the IVCSD Isla Vista Cityhood Fiscal Analysis Initiative. With the condition that an MOU between associated students and IVCSD go into effect in order to ensure fiscal prudence. Yeah, I did send it to Evan already.
Does not seem like this is in relation to that report?
It is.
We should wait until next week. We usually wait a week for financial motions.
Motion for Senate, okay. Buddy, accept the agenda. Is there anything else before that? It should really be at the very end. Okay, do we have any consent with section E acceptance of agenda?
Consent.
Consent.
Motion to accept the amended, or motion to accept the agenda as amended.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Is there a second, Lee?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. This morning.
Not a question.
Questions, additional question?
Consent.
You check consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Do we have any success with section L adjournment?
Consent.
Consent? No one wants to adjourn? Lee?
Motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:15 PM.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:50 PM. Is there a second, John?
Yes, sir.